All right, guys, welcome back to the stream. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome if you are new. I'm looking for just right off the bat a little bit of feedback on my microphone, not quality. I think the quality should be fine, but the volume. Let me know how it sounds. If I need to make any adjustments. I did change the volume slightly compared to the last stream, so I just want to make sure everything is good. Okay, everybody is saying it's good. So Laugh a Lot '07 says maybe a little louder, please. What do you guys think? Should I put it up a little bit or should I keep it at the level it's at? 'Cause I can put it up a little bit, but I can only do so through. Oh, you're saying you'll turn up the volume. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll assume it's good. On my end, it says the audio levels are good, so we'll just keep it there. Saying 4K 30 FPS stream. No, it's a 1080p 60 FPS. I think it does need to be turned up slightly because let me see. Let me see. All right, let's see if there's any difference with that. Maybe a very subtle difference. But anyway, guys, thank you for being here. Thank you for being here so early. You know, it's been a very slow news month for PlayStation, and this past week in particular. I mean, there was a little bit of news, but not a whole lot. So I very much appreciate all of you guys who come to the stream and show that support. I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some of the things we are going to be talking about today. And hopefully, so I don't know how many of you guys were here for my test stream, but on Friday, I did a test stream. And, it was just to basically test out the new PC I have, get all the settings where they need to be. People were saying that they think it has resulted in a much smoother 1080p 60 FPS stream. And the next time we stream an event, whenever that may be, we know the Game Awards are happening in December. It's hard to say if there's going to be another event before that. But the next time we do stream an event, we did some extensive testing to ensure that whenever we do a live event here on the channel going forward, it will be at a buttery smooth 1080p 60 frames per second. There will be hopefully no lag whatsoever, and no frame drops. The straw that broke the camel's back was Gamescom. We did stream that this past week, and I don't want to say the stream was a disaster. You guys still made sure it was a good stream overall, but many people decided to leave the stream because it was clear that my computer was struggling to keep up with the demand of streaming that, and it was it was like it running at 720p, like 15 frames per second. So gone are those days, finally. So hopefully that will result in a much better streaming experience overall, and it should also correct the streams in general, because I'm sure many of you have noticed, those of you who show up to the streams consistently, the past month and a half or so, it seems like just randomly there are there's just frame drops and there's just lag out of nowhere, these kind of spikes. And it seemed to have been correlated with anytime I'm like navigating my tabs and just doing other things on my computer, it basically causes massive lag spikes. That should be completely corrected, and should honestly, with the PC I have now, should never be a problem again. So hopefully better streams from here on out. Let me see here. I also want to let you know I am gonna. So one of the topics I am going to be talking about today, I'm not sure if I'm gonna. This might be the first thing I talk about, just kind of like a what am I playing type situation, because some people were asking me, to give my thoughts on Firewall Ultra, and also asking me to give them updates on my PlayStation VR2 experience. And so I'm going to do that. But before I do, I will let you know we're going to be talking about how Spider-Man 2 has caused a bigger AAA game to be delayed, not by a lot. That game is Alan Wake 2. I'm sure many of you have heard about this by now, but I thought it was interesting because, not I almost called him Alan Wake. Sam Lake, he did an interview, and people were like wondering, like, why did you guys delay this game by like what was it, a week and a half or something like that, just out of nowhere? And he actually straight up said, like, Spider-Man 2. So we'll go over that information. It's again, the news is sparse right now, so forgive me. I know that's not the most exciting thing, but we'll be talking about other things as well. God of War. So we talked a little bit about the God of War DLC rumor that just came out. But the thing about it is it was kind of off the cuff, and I was actually missing a little bit of information, I think somewhat important information. So we're going to talk about that a little bit more in depth. We're also going to be talking about some PlayStation Productions rumors that are making the rounds. Again, not the most exciting stuff, but yeah, we'll make the best of it here. So before we proceed any further, though, I do want to let you guys know, as always, how you can help support my content, how you can help support the channel here. Obviously, thank you guys for just being here and watching. Without that, there would be no content. Hitting that like button, we're at 73 likes. So if you do enjoy the streams, if you do enjoy the content, and more importantly, if you want to get the stream out there to new viewers so we can continue to grow this community, take a second out of your time, hit that like button. It helps tremendously with YouTube's algorithm, and it just lets me know that you enjoy the content. If you want to go above and beyond and support what I do here directly, there are essentially 3 ways you can do that. The first is, as we see here, we have Exley 3000 starting off the day gifting 5 memberships if you are a channel member. Even if you're a channel member through receiving a membership gift, you have the ability to gift memberships yourself. We have an amazing and generous community here that continues to gift out these memberships. And you get exclusive perks, you get exclusive members-only content, you get access to the exclusive members-only emojis in the chat, as well as in the comment section. So if you are a member, please consider paying it forward and gifting some memberships. If you're not a member, consider just becoming a channel member and supporting me month over month. It means a lot. It's incredibly important that everybody's aware that I am fan funded here. I don't really do any sponsorships or anything like that. I do get plenty of offers, but honestly, a lot of the offers I get, I just don't really believe in, and it's just nice not having to worry about doing stuff like that on the channel. Thanks to you guys and thanks to this community. And last but not least, you can donate a super chat. Plenty of you guys donate super chats, and not only does that support my channel, my content directly, but you get to, in a way, kind of steer the conversation. You can ask questions, give statements, just, whatever it is that's on your mind that you want to maybe put in super chat as I smash my elbow. Feel free to do that. Really appreciate it. And big shout out to this community and the support you guys show. And yeah, actually 3,000.
Thank you.
Thank you for starting off the day with 5 membership gifts. Really do appreciate it. Let me add that to the counter here, actually. And I'm going to ask you guys, just because, again, like I'm on a new PC, I've set everything up. Are you hearing the notification every time I manually add a membership to the counter? You shouldn't be hearing it. If so, I'll just have to go in and mute it. You are hearing it. Okay. So let me mute that really quick, actually. That's apologies for that. And you know what? One other question, just while I'm at it, just to sort this out now. When Exley 3000 gifted those 5 memberships, did you hear the notification then as well? And if so, did you hear it 5 times, or did you just hear it once? Just so this isn't a problem going forward. PlayStation Pete asking, who will win Game of the Year? I don't know, man. It's a good question. 5 times. You hear them all. Okay. All right. So for now, let me see. Go to my alert box here. See if I can fix that. Why does it look like this? Sorry, guys. Again, this is kind of the nature of getting a new PC and setting things up. You never know what has to be reset and redone. Why? Media volume. Okay. All right. So I think I corrected it. For now, you might not hear anything, or I'll make it super faint. I'll make it like at a 2. So the next time we get a any membership gifts, give me a little bit of feedback. Let me know what you're hearing on your end, just so I can again take care of this now. And we have Josh with 2 super chats here. I'll read them back to back. Josh, thank you so much, man. I also do want to let people know that that we have another YouTube live stream update. I noticed YouTube's been updating a lot of stuff for their streaming, where apparently now I have the ability to pin comments from the chat at the top of the chat. I don't know if I'm going to do that or, what would call for that maybe, but just pretty interesting stuff there. But Josh, you're saying some easier games to help build your tolerance is Walkabout, Mini Golf, and GT7, then maybe moving on to Synapse. I was having a tough time for 1 to 2 weeks as well. And then you say Firewall Ultra has matchmaking issues and got to touch up the leveling up progress. So First Contact has work to do, but I got to say I'm having a great time. Well, I'm happy to hear that, Josh. Yeah, I'm going to get into that momentarily, let you know my thoughts on my experience with the little bit of Firewall Ultra that I played so far, but I also have some other news regarding PlayStation VR2. Nothing major, just something I think you guys might be interested in. And so I've been getting a lot of recommendations on what to do for PlayStation VR2, how to help like get me better adjusted to it, acquainted with it, and I think I found something that I'm pretty happy with, and I'll talk about that momentarily. So Josh, I really appreciate all the suggestions, all the help you've been providing me, as well as the rest of the community here with this PlayStation VR2 journey. It's definitely been helpful, certainly helpful. I've even been noticing that I've been taking some of your guys' the tips you've been giving me with putting the headset on, adjusting it properly. It's all actually been helping. So I do appreciate it, man. And thank you for the super chats as well. And we have Orange, who is a member for 4 months. He says, damn, Firewall Ultra is a mess. Locking guns behind a paid battle pass, only one new map, broken design in the old maps, didn't even fix the lobbies. It's very difficult for me to determine a lot of what you're saying because, well, yeah, I guess I'll just dive into it now. It's very difficult for me to determine a lot of what you're saying because I don't know what Firewall was on PSVR. Like I don't know what these maps are. I don't know anything about the game basically. But I am hearing that apparently most of the stuff is remastered essentially or remade for PSVR 2. Um, and I'll get to that in just a minute. I want to make sure I have Herpy Derps here. Herpy Derps, he says, and thank you for the $5 super chat. He says, sorry I can't gift memberships today, MBG. I just bought a DualSense Edge. Now I'm broke. LOL. It's no big deal, man. You don't ever have to apologize. No one ever has to apologize for not being able to, you know, gift memberships or super chat or anything. And even still, you still super chatted Herpy Derp. So I appreciate it, man. Any support you guys can give that's within your means, there's no pressure whatsoever. It is always greatly appreciated. But thank you for the super chat, and I hope you enjoy the DualSense Edge, man. I've been using the DualSense Edge every play session ever since I purchased it, and I don't regret it. It's funny because after using the DualSense Edge for about 2 weeks, I decided, okay, I'm gonna bring out my regular DualSense and play for a little while, just using that to see, because I wanted to just know if I would have this moment where I'm like, oh, it actually doesn't feel any different at all, or if I would start to feel like actually I can't go back now. I'm so used to the DualSense Edge just to kind of see how much of an impact it really has made. Because I feel like when you get kind of used to using something like the DualSense Edge, you almost completely forget what it's like to use the base controller. And I can tell you that I lasted maybe like 30 minutes using the regular DualSense to where I was like, I need to go back to the DualSense Edge. The DualSense Edge truly, once you play with it for a while, it makes and this is no offense to the basic DualSense controller, because even the standard DualSense controller is still an amazing controller, but truthfully, the DualSense Edge makes it feel like kind of like a toy. It really just kind of I can't go back, man. So I hope you enjoy the DualSense Edge, man. I hope it serves you well. Josh is saying, is this the best year ever in gaming history? It might be, dude. Am I going to use the Spider-Man controller? Yeah, that's the thing. I feel like because it's a limited edition controller, I'm going to have to use it a little bit, right? Right? I mean, I bought it mainly for collecting purposes, but it has to get some use. It has to. It just wouldn't feel right if it didn't. And we have Aries09, a member for 12 months, longtime member. Thank you for that. Saying, hi, MBG, what happened to your last live stream? I cannot find it. So the last live stream I did, if you're talking about the one I did on Friday, that was actually a test stream. It wasn't a regular stream. I didn't want to leave it out there publicly on my feed because there was no reason to. It was just a test. We didn't really talk about anything too important. I think I just went on a couple, tangents about random stuff. I'm sure some people would have enjoyed watching it, but I already have. I'm trying really hard not to oversaturate my feed more than it already is. A lot of content creators only release 1 to 2 videos or streams a week. MBG insulted you on it, and it didn't want you to see. No, trust me. It was not removed for any reason other than it was. I don't know if you guys noticed. I'm sure some of you did. I had to put up 3 separate streams that day because again, I was test stream 3. You have to be a real fan to click on test stream 3. Yeah, I mean, it was named that because I had to restart the stream 2 times. So yeah, not a big deal. Again, there was nothing of real significance. Pretty much everything that we did for the first hour was just to actually test out the PC and how smooth things were working. And then I think the last hour, anything I chatted with you guys about for whoever was there, we already talked about multiple times on other streams. So you didn't miss anything or anything like that. And then if you're also wondering where the Gamescom stream is, the Gamescom stream I had to, well, actually I didn't have to do anything. It's blocked. There was something that played during the Gamescom event that for some reason it just blocked it, and I don't it partially blocked, I think is what they said. And that's what I kind of hate sometimes about streaming these events. You never know. And we have Big Turbo 2.0 on IG. Thank you for the $2 super chat. He says No Man's Sky is a must play now with the update on PSVR2. So yeah, I don't know, man. I was looking at No Man's Sky. I saw that it was on sale, and I don't know if I could get into it, truthfully. I feel when it comes to No Man's Sky, I honestly feel like this is an overwhelming game to some degree. You guys know me. I do prefer linear experiences. I do like many open world experiences as well, but I like open world experiences that allow me to feel like I can explore if I want, but there's kind of like a set path, or some kind of guidance. You guys know, if you've been listening to me for a while, that I really struggle. I really struggle with games that are just like, okay, we're just going to drop you here and you can just go anywhere and do anything, and there's just nothing really. And I'm sure maybe No Man's Sky does have some type of linear progression. I would have to imagine. Maybe it doesn't, but I don't know, man. It is. I gotta say though, it does look tantalizing, right? It does sound tantalizing. The idea of planet exploration, but I don't know. In VR, I remember when No Man's Sky was first revealed, everybody was like, "This game has to come to VR," and it eventually did. But yeah, I just don't know that it's going to be my cup of tea, man. But I do have some good news here. So before we dive into the main topics, let me just give you guys an update on what's going on with me and PlayStation VR2. So I bought Firewall Ultra, and I'll be honest with you, I feel like I'm regretting it a little bit. I do. I've had a total of 4 experiences now on PSVR2. I've talked to you guys extensively about my first 2 experiences, Resident Evil Village, and then after that, Resident Evil Village and Gran Turismo 7. And my first experience was a positive one for about 30 to 35 minutes or 40 minutes. My second experience was not a positive one because I was getting very sick and very motion sick and nauseous with playing Resident Evil Village for some reason. I switched to GT7. I did like 5 races, which was actually pretty good. Still feeling a little queasy, but mostly just, it's playing GT7 in VR is very different than playing Resident Evil. And that was pretty enjoyable. My third experience was by far the worst, and unfortunately, it occurred with Firewall Ultra. I got very, very sick. Like, not just sick. I basically was messed up. So you guys may have noticed that I didn't put out any members only content yesterday. I'm not saying it was just PSVR2 that did this to me, because it definitely wasn't. I was already not feeling great, but man, I booted up Firewall Ultra and I played it for probably an hour and 15 minutes, which maybe that was way too long. And I was beginning to get like a little bit frustrated about like 30 minutes in, because I'm trying to do the tutorial and I'm kind of struggling with the tutorial. I won't lie. Like, I'm just still trying to learn how to play games in VR. No, actually I did not take my ginger. I didn't take the advice. And it's worth noting I was playing it sitting down. And about a half hour in, I started to notice like, man, my head's really starting to hurt. Okay, like, and I'm like, all right, well, I've been waiting for a long time to experience this game and play it. So like, I was just like, just ignore the headache, just focus on the game, and maybe you'll start to feel better. Yeah. So I guess the reason why I didn't stop playing was because I didn't feel motion sick at that time. I was getting a really bad headache. It's worth noting I did not have a headache prior to playing Firewall Ultra. And then about an hour in, like between the 45-minute mark and an hour in, I started to notice like, okay, this headache's getting worse. And I was just like thinking like, this can't be happening, right? Like, I just bought this game. I didn't even get to, I saw earlier with Orange, he says that, they're having issues with the launch of the, I can't even speak to that because I didn't even get to play it that long. And by the hour and 15-minute mark, I'll be honest with you guys, I got pissed off. Like, I genuinely just got frustrated. I got angry, and I'm like, tell me I just wasted all this money, and the struggle was so real. But something kind of popped up in my head when when I was frustrated about this. Somebody had said something in one of my previous streams. They were like, MBG, you're not going to last 10 minutes. You're going to, in Firewall Ultra, you're going to struggle. And I really thought like, nah, man, like, I'll be fine. And no, like I don't know who said that, but they were, Shelly, you're saying that was you. Yeah, you were correct. I did last longer than 10 minutes, but at an extreme detriment. So this was my lowest moment with PSVR2 so far, where I was genuinely frustrated and I was honestly contemplating returning it and thinking about, you know what, like, I just don't think this is going to be for me. But I just want to say, like, that's how bad physically I felt. Like, I was messed up for the rest of the day because of this. But I have good news. So I decided that, okay, you know what? I played Resident Evil, and I don't have a desire to replay Resident Evil in VR because I already beat the game. It's not new. It's not fresh for me. The experience is, but I already beat this game. GT7, for as awesome as that is, that's not going to be a game that I play consistently, and certainly not a game I'm going to be like, I mean, yeah, maybe to go play some VR. I was like, I have to find another game. But at the same time, I'm hesitant because I've already spent a lot of money on VR, and I'm like, I don't know that I'm gonna go back to Firewall Ultra. Maybe in the future, but like after, like, that was the worst possible first experience I could have had with that game. I mean, it felt cool, like the shooting felt cool and whatnot, but I don't know if there's something going on with that game specifically. It really messed me up. So I decided, okay, I'm going to download the Horizon Call of the Mountain trial. And I was hesitant. Like, you're probably wondering, like, well, how come you didn't dive right into Horizon? You know, and it's because honestly, the game didn't really interest me very much. I heard people saying like it's just mostly climbing. It's not that great. Like it was overhyped. It's okay at best. And I'm like, well, I'm not. I like the Horizon games and I like the Horizon series, but it's not like my at the top of my list. But I was like, you know what? Look, this is a game that Sony made. Okay, that Sony specifically made for VR. Fire Sprite, Gorilla, and this is the game that they marketed the headset with. I should at least try the trial. They have a free trial. And I gotta say, I'm very, very, very glad I did because Horizon Call of the Mountain legitimately turned it around 180. Like, I was very nervous to even put the headset back on, but I was like, let's give it a shot. It's a new day. Let's try it. And I played the entire trial, and it was a night and day difference in the experience that I had with something like Firewall Ultra, where I was like waiting, like, at what point am I going to get sick? Like, at what point during this trial, like, I was thinking I'm not even going to make it through this trial, and it never happened. Didn't get a headache, didn't get motion sickness. Um, and instead, I actually was just enjoying myself. I'm like, this visually is, I think, the best looking VR game I've seen so far. And I like the way it started. And I think I'm going to end up buying it now and actually playing it because I got to tell you guys, like, I could understand if massive chunks of this game are just climbing, why some people would get annoyed by that and be like, this sucks. I actually really enjoyed it. I was like, you know what? Maybe this is where I just had the like a different. I have to have a different perspective on what I want out of VR because you're saying Firewall Ultra has problems with colors and blurred graphics, which might have caused your nausea. I hope not. That would suck. Um, you're saying you really don't recommend it, MBG, but I don't know. Maybe you'll like the combat. It's just so boring. So honestly, I think this is kind of what I want out of VR. Like, I think I want something that's slower, more methodical, and can be played at like it's kind of like the pacing of it is actually very slow because I don't know, maybe it's just because I'm still new to VR, but I noticed how, like, man, the bow and arrow, yeah, it feels so much more natural than like an assault rifle. It does. Where I'm like, got the bow, got the arrow, two separate things, use them together. That compared to like firing an assault rifle or two-handing a pistol feels dramatically different. And actually it felt more satisfying. So I was like, well, that's cool. And then I had my first combat encounter in the game with I forget the name of the machine, but one of the lower tier machines. And I noticed like it gave you the ability to with use the right stick to dodge very quickly out of the way. And I thought, okay, well, here, this is the part where I lose it and I start to get like super sick, because of dodging. And I was doing it, and I was playing the whole thing seated, by the way, because I want to try to play seated more till I get better adjusted. Also, I think it's just easier given my play space. Um, and I was like, this is actually pretty good. Like, I'm enjoying this more. The combat's a little bit basic and simplistic, but I think that's kind of what I enjoyed about it. Where it's like, this is not. It really does kind of capture that Horizon feel in first person in VR, and I was actually surprised. I'm like, this translates really well, like better than I thought it would. And the climbing was actually pretty fun because I'm like, this is the first time since I started playing VR where I feel like I'm actually getting a little bit of a workout somewhat. Like, I notice I'm getting a little bit of burn in my shoulders, and I'm like, this is actually pretty cool. Um, and I'm just really, really glad that I decided to just give it another chance and try this demo because I'm serious when I say like my experience with Firewall Ultra. I bought that game in full, um, digital only. I tried to see if they had physical copies. They didn't. I really thought like this is it. This is gonna be the VR game. I that sucks me in, and it was the exact opposite. And it left such a bad taste in my mouth that I don't know that I'm even gonna try to play it again. I might eventually, but that it was very frustrating. And the Horizon demo was just the polar opposite of that. It actually, it's a full blown $60 game, and I enjoyed it so much. I'm like, you know what? I think I want to buy this game. I think I want to play this whole thing through. And it's just interesting because this is a game that for me so far, um, it proves to me once again that I have to be very careful about how much I listen to people. Both, if they're saying good things, if they're saying bad things, because a lot of people have recommended, hey, Horizon Call of the Mountain. But I've also seen a lot of people saying that it's boring. It's a climbing simulator. It's really not. And I realize that, maybe some people are so down on a game like Horizon Call of the Mountain because it is very, very different than the normal Horizon games. Like you do climb a lot in the Horizon games. You do blink twice, MVG, if Sony is holding you hostage and not letting you critique them. No, dude, believe me, I can see some flaws in Horizon Call of the Mountain. But I'm being as honest as I can to say, like, I had no plans to play this game. Like, I didn't even want to play the demo. I just did it because I'm like, I gotta at least try it. If I'm gonna return this thing, I gotta at least try the game that Sony put out. And if that doesn't do it for me, then at that point I would believe nothing will. And I was genuinely thinking about returning it. And Hellbound 1981. Hellbound 1981, another legend here alongside Exley 3000, comes in and drops another 5 membership gifts for this community. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. I'm going to give you a snake for that.
Kept you waiting.
And I'll give you a crazy emerald as well. People were saying, by the way, that the sound bites sound better now. Like the audio quality has improved somewhat since I started using them on this new computer. So that's pretty cool. But Hellbound, thank you for that, man. That brings us up to 10 membership gifts on the day. You're seeing 6 on screen because I think it counted a milestone chat. But thank you guys so much again for the continued support. Without that support, I wouldn't be able to do what I do here. I have Perfect Image. Thank you for the $5 super chat. You're saying, hey, BG, just an observation. You think Sony is going slow with the handheld space, even though we don't like some of the features right now. Maybe they'll unlock more in the future. It's a good observation, and I think the answer to that is yes. I do. I think that Sony sees something there with the handheld space, right? I mean, why else would they take the time and effort and resources to make the PlayStation Portal? A lot of people are very disappointed with the PlayStation Portal. That is abundantly clear. I mean, I look around and I don't look at it as people necessarily hate the device itself, but it just goes to show like how much people really want a traditional PlayStation handheld again. I see Corey Landiga has entered the chat. What's up, man? I feel like it's been a little while. Glad you could make it to this Sunday stream, dude. But people really want that, that dedicated handheld experience. And I don't know that this is a test bed for that, right? Like you're saying maybe they'll unlock features. I don't think they're going to do that. I think what we could see is like a higher tier version of the PlayStation Portal in the next year or two. Like the PlayStation Portal Pro or something, where it's more expensive, but maybe it has an OLED screen. Maybe it does, and it's strange that this would have to be a feature for a more premium model, but it lets you actually play games through the cloud. Like it lets you cloud stream. And I don't know if Sony wants to go all the way, maybe closer to the end of this generation, depending on where the technology is in handhelds. Maybe Sony's just trying to wait. Maybe they would love to make a proper, dedicated PlayStation handheld that is essentially a portable PS5, because the thing that is so mind-blowing to me, and I think it's mind-blowing to a lot of people when it comes to this PlayStation Portal handheld, is the fact that there is seemingly a small, it might be larger than we think, but a small audience for this. But the larger audience are the people who are buying Steam Decks, the people who are buying the Switch, stuff like that. But specifically the Steam Deck, you can buy a Steam Deck and you can natively play not all, but some of PlayStation's biggest games on a Steam Deck. And I think this is the mind-blowing aspect of Sony wheeling out the PlayStation Portal, because the PlayStation Portal doesn't let you play anything on it natively. It is truly just a internet connected device that if it's not connected to the internet, it's completely useless. But if you buy a Steam Deck, granted, the Steam Deck is more expensive. It is. I don't know how much more expensive I have to. How much is a Steam Deck exactly? It was like $400, $450. So it's substantially more expensive, right? But at the same time, like, you can play The Last of Us Part 1, on a Steam Deck. You can play God of War 2018 on the Steam Deck. And as I'm saying this, Laughing Man 923 coming out of nowhere and dropping a 20 bomb on this community. Laughing Man 923, thank you so much for that, man. I did not see that one coming, dude. I mean, that was really, truly out of nowhere. I'm sitting here, like, fully entrenched in thinking about the Steam Deck and playing God of War on it, and you're just like, here's a 20 bomb, MBG. Huge numbers here from you guys right off the gate. I gotta give you a holy shit for that, because that's crazy, dude. It's been a little while since we have a 20 bomb, so what else should I get? I gotta give you a crazy one, and I'll give you another snake, dude. Laughing Man 923,
kept you waiting.
Thank you so much. That's very kind of you. Gifting 20 memberships, just straight up bringing us all the way to 30 memberships on the day, guys. Just use this opportunity to remind everybody. I'm sure almost everybody here is aware, but we do get new viewers. If you are new here and you want to receive a free membership gift, make sure you're opted in to do so. Click Laughing Man 923's, click his gift box up at the top of the chat, or Hellbounds, or anybody else who gifts. Make sure you turn on that option to receive membership gifts. I always want to state this as well, just so people are aware. If you receive a membership gift, it's not recurring. Like, it's not like a subscription. You're not going to automatically be charged each month. It doesn't work like that on YouTube. I think a lot of people would be very upset if it did. You just get a straight up free month courtesy of whoever gifted. In this case, Laughing Man just gifted 20. So yeah, really appreciate that. And I actually do want to acknowledge that, yeah, I'm sorry that I was not able to produce members only content yesterday. What we normally do here is every Saturday we have member exclusive content that releases. I did have a plan. I had a plan, Arthur. I had a plan of what I wanted to do, but unfortunately, due to circumstances, a lot of chaos, a lot of hectic stuff going on, I just could not find the time to create it. So I do apologize, but I do plan to, again, like, that should be a very rare thing, not something that happens often. So look forward to this Saturday. I will certainly have some members only content for you guys, and I'm hoping, I can't lock in specifically when it's going to be, but something I do want to do once again for you guys is another members only stream, because it's been a little while since we've done one, and I know you guys really, really enjoy them, and I really enjoyed the last one too. It was a good time. So one last time here before I move on, dude, Laughing Man 923, really, really appreciate that 20 membership bomb, dude. That's absolutely huge, and thank you guys once again for continuing to show your support. Yes, Nick Taylor, you're right. You're saying I got to get the charging station for the PSVR2 controllers. I really do. Yeah, I'm going to have to invest in that at some point in the future, because, man, I did not really think about just how annoying it was going to be to manually have to charge each controller individually. I mean, that is it's just something I'm not used to doing. I never had to do that for the DualSenses. And actually 3000 keeping this membership train going in a significant way here. Exley 3000 comes in and drops another 5 memberships for us guys. Exley, dude, thank you so much for that, man.
I sacrificed everything for my people.
Thank you so much for keeping it going.
And I do not be sorry.
Give you some Jinsekai. Give you some
better.
Kratos. That brings us up to 35 members on the day. Exley, love to see it, man. This community is incredible. Let me actually get this to where it's got to go, and I don't want to get too off track here just because I told you guys, oh, we have topics to talk about, and I haven't even gotten it. Well, I guess PSVR2, I'll count that as a proper first topic, you know? I know a lot of people want to hear a little bit more about my experience with VR2. I'm really curious to see which PlayStation studio is going to announce another PSVR2 game, because we are getting these random PSVR2 games announced all the time, and some of them do look pretty good. But if there's one thing I can say about Horizon Call of the Mountain, at least the trial I've played, is I don't know, man. It's right up there with Resident Evil so far. You know, I could start to see how if it's mostly climbing, it gets a little bit tiresome maybe, or is a little bit underwhelming since it's in the Horizon universe. And also the weirdest thing I experienced, this was the first time I actually accidentally went out of my out of bounds and smashed my hand against my window, and it made me realize okay, I'm gonna have to move things around here a little bit or readjust. It was pretty funny. I think the reason why I enjoyed this so much is because for some reason climbing got me more immersed than anything else I've done in VR so far. Because I don't know, at a couple points, there was one time where I accidentally let go of the trigger and the dude fell. And I actually was like, oh shit. I was like, wait, this isn't real. And ever since that happened, I fell the first time. I was a little bit more on edge. It's I don't want that to happen again. That was actually quite uncomfortable feeling. And so I'm using my left hand over here. I'm okay, there's the next spot, and I'm I feel it feels like I have to really extend my arm all the way. You don't actually have to. That's kind of where it's a little bit deceptive from what I noticed, where visually, and if you were doing this in real life, yeah, you would have to extend your arm all the way. And I noticed I did that once or twice, and I just completely my wrist just straight went like that into my window, and I was ow. Okay, got to be a little bit careful. But I also noticed something else, and that is when I'm climbing, for some reason sometimes, I guess it's the way I'm moving, or maybe where my head's positioned. It's I'm literally pressed up against the face of the well, it's not, I guess it is a mountain. Whatever I'm climbing, I'm pressed up against. I feel it starts to get this kind of claustrophobic feeling, but I don't know, man. I looked down a couple times, and yeah, that's an interesting experience. I didn't get to experience this kind of sensation of being tricked that you're very high up. And it was even more awkward because I was sitting down. I'm it feels like I'm dangling off of a cliffside here, but yet I'm sitting. And when I look down, it looks like I'm 100 feet up. It's pretty weird, but yeah. Just to kind of finish up this conversation about PSVR2, and we can move on. I mean, it was a complete, the pendulum went one way and then it went the other. I was more disappointed than I ever was so far with my VR experience with Firewall Ultra. And I was even pissed off because I feel like I feel okay. I supported the studio, they got my money. So at least I'm supporting an independent studio here. But the experience, I really wish there would have been a demo or something that I would have been able to experience, because it was very, very, very unpleasant for me. But it completely turned around when I tried Horizon Call of the Mountain. And I'm going to be... So, I have a quick question for you guys. Um, is there a physical version of Horizon Call of the Mountain, or did Sony decide not to produce a physical copy of this game? I really hope there is, because if not, that is immensely disappointing to me. Shelly, you're saying no. Actually, you're saying no. Damn it. Damn it. Sony, come on, man. Come on, Sony. I expect better from you. I expect better from Sony. Come on. I mean, I know there are very few physical versions um of VR2 games, but you would think that Sony, considering this is their game, would produce that. Yeah, I know that I saw a physical copy of this Star Wars game. Sony, come on, get it together, man. Get it together. Dude, it's a selling point. I wonder if Sony knows that. It's a selling point. I'm not saying that, if Sony promised every VR2 game they make will have a physical copy, that suddenly VR2 copies are going to fly off the shelves, or systems are going to fly off the shelves. No, I just think it would, for some people, it would. Yeah, that's unfortunate. You're saying I expect too much from Sony. I'm surprised, man. I got to say, like, I did not. I'm just surprised why they wouldn't make a physical version. MBG, no tossing nades, no manual reload, no normal aiming, no interacting with the environment. Hold L1, no taking guns off hip. 10 hours to unlock one weapon. Worst launch. Play Pavlov, extremely immersive. I was thinking of that, dude. Like, people have been recommending Pavlov to me over and over and over again, and I was actually looking up some gameplay of it, and it does look pretty impressive. I'll have to think about it, man. It is, I will say that on the plus side, it's only $20 on the PlayStation Store, so it's like pretty cheap. Um, I don't know. I mean, I'm afraid. I won't lie to you. Like, after my experience with Firewall, I'm like kind of afraid to play a shooter. But maybe I'll play Horizon Call of the Mountain, and then maybe I'll give Pavlov a try. Yeah, see, that's what makes me nervous. Shelly saying Pavlov is a very good game, but you will feel sick. I'll give it time. Yeah, Josh, you're saying it's your tolerance, MBG. It's not the games. You got to build the tolerance. Well, I guess maybe Call of the Mountain would be the best place for me to start, because that was by far the longest in one sit down that I've played, where I was actually like finally getting immersed, and I didn't feel distracted by how I felt physically, and I was enjoying it. And I don't know how I don't know how long the trial was. It felt pretty long. It felt like more than a half hour. I mean, I spent some time just kind of looking around and, trying to compare the visuals of this to the regular games. Yeah, how is Synapse? Is that you think that's a game that will require like a build up to? I'll be honest, I'm very surprised. I thought Horizon Call of the Mountain, that game seemed to me like that would have been the one that made me the most sick, just because of the nature of what you're doing. I don't know. Maybe it's because it felt more natural. Maybe it was easier, Oops. I don't know. What's awesome to see is Aloy and how little she really is. That's funny. Yeah, I heard about that. That's pretty funny. All right, Corey, you're heading out, man. Enjoy your Sunday, dude. Appreciate you stopping by for a little bit. MBG, you've just crossed the barrier and are almost over the sickness. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe my experience with Firewall was necessary to help, like, I don't know, really push me over that edge. If you want to test your sickness levels, try kayak. Yeah, we'll get there. I'm going to keep it going with Horizon for now, because I was like, you know what, this is, and I think people told me there's a platinum to earn in Horizon, so maybe that's what I'll do. Maybe I'll pick up Horizon and I'll try to get the platinum, and then I'll take it from there. All right, let me see. Have trying to figure out where I left off in the super chats here. I think oh, my bad. I didn't have my screen updated here. Okay. So, Laughing Man 923 comes in and says, all that matters is that you are having fun. People can complain all they want about VR, but if your experience is positive, then mission accomplished. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. Again, I've heard some pretty negative things about Horizon Call of the Mountain, and I it really turned me off of the game. Truthfully, it really just made me think like it's just maybe it's just like a gimmick. It's not really that great. And I will say, even the story, like the way the story is set up in this game, Horizon Call of the Mountain, it kind of intrigues me. I don't want to say more, but in some aspects, a little bit more than even the regular game's story because it's like so different. It's not about Aloy; it's about this new character, um, and it's just a completely separate story, a whole new thing. Um, and I'm interested. I gotta say, like, I'm actually a little bit interested in seeing, like, okay, let's see if I can get, let's see if Horizon Call of the Mountain gets me into the Horizon series even more, because I know that Gorilla's not going anywhere anytime soon with Horizon. They're gonna be sticking to Horizon for a long time. Let me see here. We have Andrew Eckhart. I think this is, yeah, it says it's your first time super chatting, man. So thank you for that. Appreciate it, bud. You're saying, I'm pumped for PlayStation Portal because I have a 6-year-old and want to be able to play M-rated games in the same room as him. Interesting. Yeah, that's something I've noticed too. I notice a lot of people saying, because they have kids, for one reason or another, this device is going to make it easier for them to game under certain circumstances. And I don't. Again, it's hard to say what that's gonna translate to sales wise. Like, we're gonna find out. Like, maybe there are a ton of PS5 owners who are parents that that's exactly why they're gonna buy it. But I came across this thread on Reddit. I think it was the PS5 subreddit, and his thread got a lot of attention because the title of it was, there is an audience for the PlayStation Portal. And it's weird because, like, I kind of noticed, like, some people seem to have an axe to grind here with Sony and this device. And I kind of understand it a little bit, because it's like, well, I mean, if you have been wanting desperately for Sony to make a dedicated handheld for years, and they finally make another handheld and it's this, I could understand why you would be a little bit mad. But I've said this in my past couple streams, but I think it's just worth reiterating one more time, is I think people just need to chill with this device a little bit and just understand and accept, honestly, that it's just a peripheral, you know? Like, maybe it's the most useless peripheral we've ever seen, but it's a peripheral. It's not a dedicated console. And just the best way you could send Sony the message, if you are that person who wants a dedicated handheld, um I don't know. It's weird because I was gonna say don't buy it, but then you're just sending a message to Sony that you don't want any handhelds. But maybe that's why. Maybe that's why people are being so vocal about it, because they feel like if they purchase it, you're sending this signal to Sony. We do want handhelds, but you're also sending a signal to Sony that we want this type of handheld. So how do you send the message to Sony that we want a handheld, just not this kind? But I do think, like what Perfect Image said earlier, this could be a test bed. It could. I think it makes logical sense for it to be a test bed. I imagine Sony might want to get more heavily invested in the handheld market once again, knowing that there's just kind of a resurgence of these dedicated handhelds. Um, I'm telling you, man, I would not be completely shocked. It would still be a little bit shocking, but not completely, if towards the end of this generation, or like a couple years down the road, if Sony actually tries to put out like a I don't know, as I'm saying this, I'm realizing that would basically be an Xbox Series S situation. I was gonna say just like a a PS5 portable that's just less powerful, but can basically play PS5 games at low settings. But here's the thing. Here's the thing, though. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. Sony is already putting their games on PC. And I want to reiterate once again that these games can run on the Steam Deck. Granted, at very low settings, but they run on the Steam Deck. You want to play Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart? Again, Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was marketed as a PS5 exclusive. And the marketing even tried to convey the message that this game is only possible because of the PS5 or, you know, the way it's being played. Like they just, let's just be honest here. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart was positioned as like, this is why you're going to buy a PS5 because this game is exclusive to this console. And now, anybody who has a Steam Deck can buy it and play it on the go. Last of Us Part 1, God of War, Horizon Zero Dawn, Days Gone, Returnal. Again, Returnal, another PS5 exclusive. And it's going to continue. Spider-Man, Miles Morales. This is why I'm just saying, like, the idea that Sony would make a portable PlayStation 5 that essentially runs these games at low settings is not crazy because it already exists. It just doesn't have the PlayStation logo on it. It has, you know, Steam's logo on it or Valve's logo on it. So I think this is why, I think this is another reason why people are so against the PlayStation Portal, because it's like at a time when Sony's releasing many of their big hitter games for PC and people who are buying Steam Decks or any of these other devices. I don't know the names of these other devices, but there are other handheld devices that are not Steam Decks that can play these games. You know? It basically makes it so you scratch your head and you're like, well, Sony, why don't you do something like that yourself? Like, it'll be more expensive, yeah, but I don't know, man. Saying you can share play Ratchet and Clank at Ultra PS5 settings on PS Portal. Yeah, I know, but still, and I guess that's kind of what it comes down to, you know? Like, internet connection, good internet connection, PS5 level quality, you know? Dedicated handheld, very low quality. And what do you want? Carter Brenman. Sorry. Thank you for the super chat, man. You're saying, how have you been enjoying your PSVR2 so far? Personally, I really like the hardware, but there aren't many games out for it yet. I do want to let you know, Carter, well, I'm getting to the super chat a little bit late, so hopefully you heard a bit of what I just said, and hopefully it, hopefully that answers your question. But just to keep it short and concise and to answer your super chat, I enjoyed it, and then I didn't enjoy it, and then I did enjoy it even more, and then I enjoyed it the most. In that order, that's how that went, based on the different games I played. But yeah, I guess I'm landing somewhere kind of in the middle right now. Like, there are aspects to VR2 that are mind-blowing, and there are other aspects so far that have made me feel like I'm gonna drop. But I'll continue to update you guys. So thank you, Carter, for the $5 super chat. I have a generic white male for $2 super chat. He says, I can't do VR. I'm lucky I don't get sick driving. Yeah, I imagine some people have it significantly worse than me. And that's what's crazy to me is I've never had motion sickness, really. I mean, maybe if I went on like a roller coaster or something before and it just didn't really make me feel too great, but never really like this. So I imagine there are people out there where it's like, yeah, just not going to happen. So thank you for that, man. We have a GC84 member for 3 months. He says Sony should buy 1/2 studios only for porting PlayStation Studios games to VR, especially The Last of Us 1+2, Astro, God of War, Ghost, and Spider-Man. VR2 sales would explode. Yeah, that's what's kind of weird to me. You know, is like instead Sony is doing that exact thing for PC. And their PC sales are not that great, like all the time. You know, like it seems to be split up the middle where there are just some games that seemingly flop on PC and other games that do relatively well. But it's funny to think that maybe it's because it's much more difficult to do that, you know? Like to hire a dedicated studio to make like PSVR2 ports of these games, it probably would take so much more development time and manpower than say porting a game to PC. Because I don't know, I imagine that games that are made for VR, even games that are ported to VR to work properly in VR2, it requires a lot. I could be wrong, but that's just kind of my assumption. That's kind of the feeling I get. But I do agree with you that if Sony could get a lot of their big hitter games in one way or another onto the PSVR2 platform, sales would explode. Yeah. I mean, I talked last week about the idea of imagine if you could play the entirety of The Last of Us Part 1 in first person in PSVR2. This headset would fucking sell like crazy. That would sell like at least like 2 to 3 million units. And it would have to because it's just too good. You know, it's The Last of Us. Maybe not 2 to 3 million, but certainly over 1 million, 1.5, which would still be really, really good for a single game to push that many units. But I don't think they're going to do that for some reason. I mean, it is worth noting that apparently Sony does have a PS5 Pro in development. So, you know, maybe it'll be easier for them to do more with their VR2 games. It's hard to say, man. Right now, Sony's being quiet about almost everything. So we could say that, oh, well, Sony isn't talking very much about PSVR2. Well, they're not really talking very much about anything right now. So it's not just PSVR2. Shadow Gamer 24. This says this is your first super chat, man. So thank you so much for that. Very much appreciate it, bud. You're saying I knew Firewall was not going to be good. You have to do 10 minutes at a time for VR to build up and play Pavlov. How do I get a key for Horizon? Well, the only way, I mean, you're saying when you say how do you get a key for Horizon? What exactly do you mean by that? Because for some reason, yeah, I don't. Well, I'm just very confused because like one of the mechanics in Horizon Call of the Mountain is to pick up a key and unlock doors. Like you have to pick up keys. So I'm like, are you talking about that? Or when you say key, do you mean like a key to a game? Because right now, Horizon Call of the Mountain is only available. You're saying, yeah, key for PC. It's not available on PC, dude. If that's what you're talking about, Shadow Gamer, Horizon Call of the Mountain is not available on PC. If you're talking about Horizon, hold on, is Horizon Forbidden West on PC? No, right? No, right? Am I crazy? Now you got me really confused. No, it's not on PC yet. No. Okay, so I'm getting it confused. Yeah, it'll eventually release on PC. I was confused. They put it on PlayStation Plus back in February, and that's why I was so confused. I mean, if you want a Horizon Zero Dawn key for PC, man, I'm sure you could find one somewhere. I wouldn't know where to refer you to, but if you're looking for Horizon Call of the Mountain, that's only for PSVR 2. You can only get that through the PlayStation Store. But if you're talking about how do you get a key in Horizon Call of the Mountain, like actually picking up a key, yeah, it was a little bit tricky. I won't lie. I was just sitting there like, pick the key up, man. Just pick the key up. It's pretty ridiculous. This is why it would be so funny if I ever stream PSVR 2 because you look so like. Let's just be honest. You look really stupid when you're playing VR. Oh man. You're saying Horizon Zero Dawn is like $15 on key sites for PC? Well, there you go. There you go. But I appreciate the super chat, Shadow Gamer 24. We have Big Turbo 2.0 on IG once again, and he says, "You will get over sickness in time. Used Village as my first game to get over PlayStation or VR sickness. Now I can play any game without sickness. Too soon to give up." Yeah, I was, I don't know. I was really thinking deep down, like, I don't think I'm going to return it. I was just angry. I was like frustrated. It was very annoying, but I feel more confident than ever now, though. And I believe you. It's just, that's what everybody's telling me. Everybody's telling me it's just going to take a little bit of time, man. It's just going to take a little bit of time. I have to be more patient. Sometimes I can be a very impatient person. I'm sure you guys are aware of this. Anybody who's been following me for some time, you know how impatient I can be with things. So I'm working on it. But I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it, Big Turbo. Thank you for the super chat. I have a Pig Roach. Appreciate the $5, man. You're saying this makes Bill Gates correct. Sony could sell a brick and people will buy it. I'd buy a Sony brick. I'd buy a PlayStation branded brick. I would. Nah, I mean, I don't think so, dude. I don't think so. Because again, like Pig Roach, I'm assuming you're referencing the PlayStation Portal. But it's not, man. Like, that's the thing. It's, oh yeah, I would buy a Last of Us branded brick. Put it in the background. It's not though, man. It's not a brick. Well, actually, yeah, I guess technically it is. That's so funny. I want to say you're wrong, but on the most technical level, you're not. You're not. Like, if you didn't have a stable internet connection, or if you didn't have a PS5, yeah, you bought a PlayStation Portal, you literally bought a brick. But who's, I don't know, man. Who's really gonna do that? Who's really gonna do that? If anybody does that, it's purely accidental. The real question is this, Pig Roach. The real question is this: is Sony banking on that? Is Sony banking on, okay, a lot of people are gonna buy this, a lot of parents are gonna buy this, and they just don't know. They're just gonna buy a brick and they don't know it. We'll rake in that cash, easy money. No, of course not. Of course not. But where did Bill Gates say that though? I feel like, is this true that Bill Gates said that? Because if so, I would love to know when and where he said that. Nintendo fans bought cardboard. Yeah, I saw that, dude. I remember, what was that called? It was the Nintendo. I don't even remember what it was called, but I remember people were like saying, like, dude, this is Labo. Okay, yeah, Nintendo Labo. This is like, they're basically selling you cardboard. It's like, look, man, people want it, let them buy it. If people want it, let them buy it. I mean, look, PlayStation sold, and I think they still sell in one region in the UK, PlayStation branded pasta. Xbox at one point in time sold miniature coats for your controller. That's right, you put coats on your controller. And Nintendo at one point apparently sold cardboard. So, it's like, this is not new. This is what these companies do. They do these things on occasion. But I appreciate the super chat, Pig Roach. Floasis H2 Flow, thank you for the $5, man. You're saying people complaining about the Portal putting feelings over facts. The fact is Sony can't focus on PlayStation VR2, PS5, and a standalone portable device at the same time. That I 100% agree with. It's just simply not feasible for Sony as a company to focus their efforts on three distinct platforms that need first party and third party output on all three. It would be a disaster if they tried to do that. And I've seen some people saying that they wish Sony would give up virtual reality in favor of replacing it with a dedicated handheld. And I get that. I do. Like, I think there are honestly some VR players that would, like, probably get behind that It's like here's a dedicated, cutting edge, modern day PlayStation handheld, the PlayStation Portable 2 or whatever, the PlayStation 5 Portable. Um, but it would need first party exclusive games. It would need a lot of third party support. And if you think about something like the PlayStation Portal, it 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 has all of those things as long as you're connected to the internet. As long as you have a PS5 and you're connected to the internet, you have all those things in a handheld form factor. So I don't know. It's it's just one of these things where again I feel like I can only say so much more about this handheld. Um I don't love it. I don't hate it. Um Kind of interested in it a little bit, but I don't know that Sony's going to do a dedicated handheld anytime soon. And at the soonest, if they ever were to do it, I think it would come towards the end of the PS5 generation. And even then, I don't know what they would do because it's like, well, we are going to move on to the PlayStation 6, right? How's that going to work? Sony found really big success with the PlayStation Portable. I think they sold what, like 80 million units of the PlayStation Portable, but they really messed up with the Vita, man. They messed up with they had like proprietary memory cards, and I don't know, they just didn't support it with enough first party games. People were very passionate about the Vita as well, which is kind of sad. So I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe Sony will learn from this. Maybe Sony is one of the ways Sony could be testing the water with the PlayStation Portal is to see if it flops. Like if it flops, maybe they'll get the message that it's because people want a dedicated handheld. So maybe that's what we should make. Or if it flops, they might just say we're never doing anything handheld again. You're saying Tekken 8 digital only MBG? What does Tekken 8 Ultimate come with? Tekken 8 Ultimate. The Ultimate Edition. Let me see. I'm on their website. Okay, so standard edition $70, deluxe edition holy shit, ultimate edition $110. What are they, out of their minds? What? That is crazy. I thought Call of Duty was crazy at $100. $100 for their ultimate. So you get Tekken 8. Oh, playable character year 1 pass. I guess that's the big draw. Avatar skin, Kinjin, character costume, gold suit pack, avatar costume, classic Tekken T set, 3 avatar skins, Kazuya, Jun, Jin, avatar. Is that worth it? I don't know. Is that worth it? I wouldn't pay $110 for that, just because I'm not that into Tekken. That's a lot, dude. Saying they're crazy. I mean, I guess if like Tekken's like a game where it's like this is one of the only games I'm gonna play for like years, I could see that. But I couldn't never spend $110 on a game like that. I like Tekken, but I'm just like, I don't know, man. I feel like I'm paying mostly for just like skins and stuff. But you're telling me you're saying to you it is, you're getting an ultimate. Yeah, I mean, this is why I'm not upset about it though. You know, I don't understand why people get upset about it because it's like you don't have to buy it. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to buy it. It's just there for people who want it. But yeah, it's not uncommon, you know, all these games for years and even now, you know, you see them bump it up by 5 or $10. Like they always have these other editions that are like not $5 more, not $10 more, but like 30, $40 more. It's like, go ahead, man. I mean, if there are people who want it and they're willing to pay for it, why not make that money, you know? And if the people are happy with what they're getting, I don't see the problem. But I'm just saying for me personally, for Tekken specifically, I'm looking forward to Tekken. I like Tekken. It's one of my favorite fighters. I just, I'm not into it enough to be able to justify buying a $110 version of it. I would feel like I don't know that I made a wise choice there. Um, I think I'm gonna get Mortal Kombat though, because that comes out soon. That comes out in the middle of September or the third week of September. Mortal Kombat looks really good. I just hope I don't suck at it, man. That's my thing with fighting games now is I'm just afraid of not having any skill whatsoever. Um, MBG, you're doing that with Spider-Man, right? Yeah, I went all in with Spider-Man, dude. So again, I'm not sitting here saying that I don't pay copious amounts of money for video games. I do. I just have to for me, I have to always ask myself like how into this game am I going to be? Like am I going all in with this game? It's frankly kind of rare that I go all in. Like even with I don't know, man. I don't know if I regret this or not, but even with God of War Ragnarok, I didn't get the collector's edition. Maybe I should have. I don't know. But yeah, I'm all in with Spider-Man 2. Um, let me see here. Have boycott activity. Thank you for the $5, man. You're saying, but they can focus on PS5, PSVR2, and PC. Thanks for catering to the fan base that made you, Sony. I understand. I hear you. I hear you, man. Like, here's the. I think this is the reality, though, because think about it. Boycott activity. There's clearly a little bit of disdain in your in your voice here, or at least in the text. I can pick up on the energy, and I feel like on the surface level, it's like Sony, you'll go all in with PC, but you won't do anything. You won't go all in with a handheld. I get that. But think about it like this. Number one, Sony's also going all in with live service. And I think one of the requirements that Sony deemed necessary, this is going to be a requirement, is if they're going to go all in with live service, they got to figure out PC. They got to embrace PC as a platform because all of their live service games, or at least I'm assuming all of them, are going to be on PC as well. And many of them, if not all of them, are going to launch day one on PC alongside PS5. So they might have felt like we got to do this, right? And let's just make some money along the way. But I also do think that, if we're comparing Sony supporting PC to supporting a proper dedicated handheld, um, I just don't know that it's comparable. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like the handheld side of it would be immensely more difficult and a much, much bigger undertaking. I mean, I don't know. We still don't really know exactly what Sony's plans are with PC, but what we do know for sure is that they bought a studio, that being Nixus, that's like, hey guys, we're just going to give our games to you and you port them. And it's been working. But I hear what you're saying, man. It is sad. Like, a lot of longtime PlayStation fans, a lot of loyal PlayStation fans have really been asking Sony for many years now to please do another dedicated handheld because that's the thing, man. Like, Sony was pretty good at it, Like, a lot of people think Sony was the best at it. And that's why I think I'm not upset that people are upset. I just feel sad that people are upset because it's like, that's why people want Sony to do another Vita, to do another PSP, because when you think about what those devices were and what they offered, people honestly thought that they were incredible and they supported them. I mean, even honestly, I think the Vita, for all it had going against it, right? Lack of first party games being the biggest one, but also, the memory card nonsense. I think it still did respectable numbers. It did relatively well. I don't think we have the exact numbers, but I don't think it was anywhere near as successful as the PSP. I think it did like about half the PSP, maybe. But like the hardware, the form factor, what it was capable of, how it could, what it could do for games. I mean, people really liked it. And I think that that's just kind of the sad part is Sony is very skilled. Like they're a skilled company here. I mean, I'm assuming they still have the same engineers there that came up with these devices, or at least some of them. They're skilled at making these handheld devices. why not do it, you know? And I guess it's understandable that instead Sony was like, nah, we're just gonna embrace PC, something we've never done and have never been known for. And we're gonna go like kind of halfway with a handheld with the PlayStation Portal. So I do get it. I do get why people are a little bit frustrated, but it is what it is, man, you know? Not much we can do about it. By the way, I meant to ask you guys. I have two things I want to say. I'm going to read the rest of these super chats. Saying, are we on a topic yet? I guess we basically, it's, yeah, this is why I don't know why I bother reading the topics before I do the stream, because I never know when exactly we're going to get to them. I should probably just stop reading them or letting you guys know what the topics are and just say, I do have topics and we'll get to them when we get to them, damn it. No, but I do have two things I want to ask you guys really quick. Number one, please hit that like button for me. We're already almost at 200 likes. I really appreciate the support. We still have over 450 people here watching and hanging out, which is awesome to see. So let's see if we can get up to 300 likes if it's possible. I think we can do it. Just take a second of your time, hit that like button. Second question I have for you. We are an hour and a half in the stream. Has there been any lag, any frame drops, any issues with the stream up until this point? Anything at all? Just looking for a little bit of feedback here. The Rock says not at all. Ansel says nope, nothing at all. Good. This is great. Jay Shako says no issues. RPG88 says smooth sailing. Smurf says the stream has been, I don't know what that word is, but it sounds like it's a good. Good. All right. Well, good. I just wanted to check in on that because, you know, like I said, I made this investment in this PC and I expect good results. Okay. I expect the lag and the issues to be completely eradicated. So it seems like we may have done it, guys. I think we did it. The days of lag. Now that I've said that, the stream's going to just completely crash. Oh, you meant to say tight. Okay. Tweet. Oh, yeah. Okay. That's what he said. All right. Thank you for that feedback, guys. And thank you for hitting the like button. I have another super chat here from Josh. He says, once or twice a week won't build tolerance, though. Yeah, that's why I'm thinking about pulling the trigger and buying Horizon because it has to do with desire. You know, you're right. I'm going to have to go more than once or twice a week. So I'm going to have to get a game that I want to keep going back to and playing frequently. I think Horizon is going to be that game. Let me see. So, Josh, again, man, thank you for the super chats. I have the Zombie Fanatic. Thank you for the 2. He says, is the PlayStation Portal Android based? Someone said that. It is, but I think it's a super, super modified version that it will not have any normal Android function. Like, I think people were saying that they're excited to buy it to actually like modify it or hack it and whatever and see what they can do on it. So that'll be interesting to see. Because I mean, it still is essentially a tablet with a DualSense attached to it. And we'll see what people. I'm sure people are gonna do some crazy things with it. I have no doubt about that. And then we have PS Gamer. Thank you for the $10 super chat, man. Saying, hey MBG, last night I watched the Gran Turismo movie. It exceeded my expectations. It was a really great movie. 9 out of 10 after this. Twisted Metal, Last of Us, PlayStation productions are on fire. I'm optimistic about God of War. Yeah, man. I've seen The Last of Us. I've seen Twisted Metal. I saw Uncharted as well. And I'm going to see Gran Turismo because I'm hearing it's actually really good. Like, that to me is so funny because I'll be honest, man. When I first heard that they were making a Gran Turismo movie, I'm like, I couldn't be any more uninterested. And then I saw, David Harbour's in it, Orlando Bloom. I like them as actors, and the trailer looked pretty good. And now I'm hearing like it people are coming back and like, dude, this movie is actually insane. Like, it's really, really good. I'm like, really? So I'm actually kind of excited to see it now. Now I was gonna see it either way to kind of give you guys my thoughts on it, review it a little bit. But now I'm actually excited. I think I might go see it tomorrow. Maybe. I'll see if I go see it tomorrow. Yeah, I saw it's a 98% user score on Rotten Tomatoes, which is, I mean, does it get any more impressive than that? I mean, maybe 99, but still, that's crazy. Yeah, to me, that's the craziest part. The Last of Us is at 86%. GT's at 98. What? How did that happen? So yeah, PlayStation Productions, we do have a topic we're going to talk about in a little bit regarding that. So thank you, PS Gamer, and we'll see how God of War turns out. I am feeling more optimistic as well. I am seeing how successful PlayStation Productions has been so far. I'm feeling much more optimistic about the upcoming shows like God of War and Horizon, but I also am still a little bit nervous because they, you know, they could go very poorly. They have to be handled right. So, let me see. Figuratively literal, saying Tom Holland as Sir Dan in Medieval. I mean, apparently Tom Holland's going to be in Jack and Daxter as Jack. So, why not? Why not? Let's get him in as Sir Dan. That'd be so funny, man. Herpy Derps, thank you for the $10, man. You're saying I'm a little concerned that Sony wants us to spend all this money on PS5 accessories, but then tell us we can't use them on the PlayStation 6. Sony would definitely do something like that with a sweating emoji face. Yeah, I'll be honest, man. I'll be honest, Herpy Derps. I didn't even think about that. I don't know why I didn't, but I didn't. Oof. Oof. I don't know. I don't know. I want to say that they definitely wouldn't do that. But another part of me, like you said, almost feels like, oh no, they would definitely do that. You know what? Here's the question. Here's the question. When the PlayStation 6 is revealed, is it going to have the same two-tone color as the PlayStation 5? Because I feel like if they go back to the basics of going all black with the PlayStation 6, I'm like, it's going to lose a kind of cohesiveness, where it's like, if I know this sounds super silly to say, but we're going to see the look of the PlayStation 6 before we get confirmation about this stuff. If it's not white and black, like the two-tone white and black, I'm going to be more inclined to believe like, uh-oh, this shit's not going to go forward with it, is it? If it is two-tone, to me, that would actually visually communicate that this is now like kind of like the Microsoft thing. As much as some people don't like it, like these are a family of devices and consoles now. And Sony basically, I don't know, they did that to an extent. I mean, with the PS5, like, you can use the DualShock on it, can't you? I forgot. Can you use the DualShock 4 on PS5? Yes, the PlayStation 5 supports PS4 controllers. However, you can only use PS4 controllers to play PS4 games. Okay. Interesting. Well, okay. All right. It's kind of justified though, right? Like it's kind of just because the DualSense is dramatically different. It has like, I don't know, is it justified? I don't know. See, this is what makes me a little bit hesitant because I don't know. You only on PS4 games. Yeah, I guess the DualSense is different enough from the DualShock where that like kind of makes sense and it's fair, I think. You know what? Honestly, Herpy Derps, even though you're mentioning like something like the PlayStation Portal and the DualSense Edge, they have to be going the Microsoft route with the PlayStation 6. I mean, they have to. How could they not? Right? Where it's like You got you got all these DualSense controllers. You have a DualSense Edge. You have now a DualSense or a PlayStation Portal. You have PSVR2. The PlayStation 6 is going to be the same, based on the same architecture as the PS5. I think what we're going to see is essentially the Microsoft approach, and we're going to see Sony take it this time. And I'm actually not opposed to that because, we look at this generation and Sony had to support the PS4 a lot longer than they'd planned, or at least they decided to uh, support the PS4 a lot longer than planned. We're still seeing cross-gen games to this day. We're seeing games actually being ported backwards with games like Star Wars, which is crazy. So I think with the PlayStation 6 is essentially going to be like I don't know. I'll be honest, I don't even want to speculate what the PlayStation 6 is going to be or how Sony's going to handle it because I have no idea, like, at all. I don't even know that Sony knows, truthfully. Like, I'm sure Jim Ryan has thought about, like, how do they want to handle the PlayStation 6 generation, but we're still many years away from that, and they're like, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of time for things to change in the gaming industry between now and the launch of the PlayStation 6, to where by the time we get to the PlayStation 6, if Sony treats the PlayStation 6 like an iterative upgrade, by that time, like 2027, 2028, people might be like, "Oh yeah, great. Cool." I don't know. Sony went into the PlayStation 5 generation treating it like a full-blown, we're transitioning to the next gen. And then they just like didn't. You know what I mean? Like they did and they didn't. And there was just kind of this weird situation where like they were doing all of the things and saying all the things that really communicate like this is a new gen. Like we're moving on. And then they actually like, well, we're kind of moving on. Well, in some ways we're not moving on at all. Like we're going to pick and choose. And it's created some negative conversation, frankly, since the launch of the PS5, where communication issues, to whereas like Microsoft pretty much took the opposite approach, where they're like, and I gotta admit, like Microsoft did good in this area, where they're like, yeah, you can use your Xbox controllers on your X, there's just kind of everything is shared. But at the same time, Microsoft made the decision, and now we're moving on from the Xbox One. Like we're sharing everything, but here's the cutoff, and like no more Xbox One games. But like if you're moving forward from the Xbox One to the Series X, like you can bring almost all your stuff with you. And I think Sony should probably do something similar. I think maybe that would be the best approach. I said I wasn't going to speculate, but I'll just speculate this. The best approach for Sony would probably be with the PlayStation 6. You can bring all your stuff forward. You can bring your PS5 games, you can bring your PS5 accessories, your DualSense Edge, the PlayStation Portal. And we're going to do cross-gen for about 1 year, maybe. Like we'll do cross-gen for 1 year or 1.5 years. And then after that, no more. Like this is when we're moving on from the PS5, and now we're just doing PlayStation 6 games. But there's just so many questions, man. Like, what is the PlayStation 6 controller going to be? Is it just going to be the DualSense again? If it's not just the DualSense, what kind of changes are they going to make? What kind of improvements? I mean, we've seen in the past, Sony's willing to make like no changes to their controllers. PS1, 2, and 3 basically all had the same controller. It wasn't until the PS4 where they were like, we really want to change it up now. And then the PS5 was like, let's change it up even more. So the PlayStation 6 to me is going to be likely one of two things. It's either going to be drastically different, like completely different from the PlayStation 5, to a point where it's like, yeah, the DualSense 2, the PlayStation 6, full-blown next generation, backwards compatibility with your games, and maybe a couple accessories, but that's it. We're moving forward. Could be that, or it could be the opposite of that, where it's like, this is the first time you're going to see Sony treat a console generation like it's just a basic iteration. you know? And some people might like that. I don't know. Some people might hate that. But it's a good question, Herpy Derps. And Fred ADHD Vance comes in, a member, longtime member, 39 months, almost 40 months, dude. That is, thank you, Fred. That is some serious dedication, man. I really do appreciate that. It's a long time, bro. You're saying, what are your thoughts on the Crimson Desert gameplay that was shown at Gamescom? Yeah, a couple of you guys have mentioned Crimson Desert, and I mean, my thoughts are pretty simple. I think it looks promising, man. It looks pretty good. I've seen a lot of people express excitement for this game, and people were warning me on my last stream. What's the is it Black Desert Online? I think the name is. They were telling me if you ever decide to get into something like that, be careful. It'll consume your life. Like, it's ultra addicting. And I saw when I was streaming Gamescom, when this came up, so many people were hyped in the chat. Simply put, man, I think it looks good. I think it looks good. It is coming to PS5, so there's, as far as I'm aware, there's still no release date yet, but I might give it a shot, man. And I still don't know if it's free to play. I think it's coming out next year, if I'm not mistaken. If it's free to play, I'll definitely play it. If it's like a full price game, I'll have to think about it, but it looks good. So maybe, yeah. But I appreciate the chat, Fred. Saying MBG, it is their take on the single player in the universe. Hold on. So it's a single player game? I feel like I'm, wait, it says Crimson Desert. Role-playing game. Is Crimson Desert single player? Why didn't I know that? Holy shit, that kind of changes why didn't I know that? That's so weird. I thought this was like another MMO or something. Wow, that kind of changes everything. I won't lie, like that almost completely changes everything, because I thought it looked really, really good, but I was under the impression like, oh, this is all in like an MMO setting or something. But now that I'm thinking about it, like, wait, Black Desert Online, if that's an MMO, then what is this? So that's actually really fascinating to me. You're saying, MBG, a lot of people didn't know that. Yeah. I'm going to have to go back and check it out again then, because I'm going to see it through a completely different lens now. I really was under the impression that this was going to be like a free-to-play multiplayer game of some kind. You're saying it's single player but looks too good to be true. Yeah, I'm going to have to rewatch that trailer then, dude, because that's a game changer. I mean, that's a literal game changer. So watch it now. Hold on. Let me Crimson Desert. Let me actually bring it up. Let's watch it together really quick. This will be a good time for me to test out my my thing here. Let's watch some Crimson Desert. All right, we're gonna watch it now, knowing it's a single player game. I'm not gonna lie. I'm doing this right now because I just want to test this. You let me know if there's any lag, people. Yeah, dude, when I was watching this at Gamescom, I'm like, oh yeah, it's a great looking multiplayer game. I had no idea this was You guys are saying it's too loud. Yeah, I just realized it was like blaring. My bad. It does look really good, man. You can pick up the cat. You're saying it's like every game packed into one. Yeah, I mean, it looks like you could do pretty much everything. Shit, he was just climbing a tree. Break a horse in. Just break a horse. I mean, saying this game is the next Witcher 3, perhaps? Yeah, it might be, dude. It looks like it could be. Oh wow. I think I missed some of these segments when I was streaming. You can skydive, you can do everything. Combat looks good. Graphics look good. Boss battles look good. Damn, dude. It changes everything as I'm seeing this, knowing it's single player. It like just completely changes my outlook on it. Holy shit, dude. That's crazy. And what did they say? Next year, I think. Wow. Yeah, I mean, it looks super impressive, man. It does. It looks really, really impressive. Dude, yeah, when you told me it was single player, I had to go back and rewatch it because I'm like, what? By the way, how was that? Everything come through smooth? Except for maybe the, you know, maybe the audio was way too loud at the beginning. So my bad. Saying so smooth. All right, good. Good shit. I'm so happy about that. It was tweet. Yeah, it's tweet. All right. Josh Z. Appreciate the $10 super chat, man. You're saying the casual market is necessary to sustain success and get new hardware fans. I believe this is what Jim Ryan meant by we believe in generations. He wasn't talking about games, but getting more fans. That's actually very interesting, Josh. I never considered that. I never considered Jim Ryan's comment about believing in generations would be taken any other way than he's talking about console generations. But you could be right about that, man. You could be right because, I mean, it is true that there's a whole new generation of gamers, man, that, much younger than me and probably a lot of us here there. I mean, I just saw like Fortnite added a player count. And I think it was at like 2.7 million players at one time. And I was like, what? Like, what? 2.7 million players? And it's like there's a whole new generation of gamers, man, they will find one game, two games, and they will that's their game. That's their game. And I think to a certain extent, maybe it's been like that for a while with like sports games and whatnot and Call of Duty, but things are clearly on a new level now. And you're right. He could have meant that. And the fact that we're seeing Sony now push for live service games on top of their single player games could be proof that that is actually what he meant. You know, like we want a new generation of gamers. I think it can be fine. You know, I think there can be a balance between both. But man, that is, yeah. I mean, 2.7 million players, man. I don't know. To me, that's an insane number. That's an insane, like just at one time playing your game at one time, concurrently. That's wild. So that could have been what he meant, Josh. It's a shame. I feel like I would honestly just like to hear more from Jim Ryan. I know why he probably doesn't talk very much or give like interviews anymore. I get it. You know, he, especially after what happened with the Activision stuff, Jim Ryan basically became a laughingstock. But the reason why I say I would love to hear from Jim Ryan more is because I would just like to get a little bit of insight. You know, I mean, I would love to hear him just talk openly about like, this is what we want to do with PlayStation. Like, this is our plan. This is our goal. I feel like a lot of times when we hear from Jim, it's very, very far and few in between. And it's too, I wish he would be a little bit more candid. You know, I know he's very business oriented. And so maybe that's why it is in his best interest to not speak too much. But I just want to know, like, you know, what exactly is the goal here? I feel like with Jim Ryan, it seems like his goals are maybe changing all the time. And so I was just, you know, I would just like to be in the loop as a fan. That's all. But you're saying technically Herman Hulst should be talking more than him. Yeah, you're right. I think you are right about that too, Josh. Like Herman, he's probably the best bet because he is the head of PlayStation Studios. I think people would probably want to hear from him as well. But the problem is no one's talking, dude. Like no interviews, no nothing. The last we heard from Mark Cerny was a note he sent to Digital Foundry about Dolby Atmos and PlayStation's 3D audio. Last we heard from Jim Ryan, believe it or not, was I think his deposition in during the trial with Activision Blizzard, and people did not like what he had to say. You know, people called him out on things he said. And the last we heard from Herman Hulst, as far as I'm aware, was he put out a tweet after the PlayStation Showcase. And I think he just disappeared after that. So, saying he was right, though, Shelly. Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I just think people don't want to hear about the business side of things. You know what I mean? Like if Jim Ryan says like most publishers, I don't remember the exact quote, but he's basically saying that a lot of publishers, a lot of the big publishers, like they don't really like something like Game Pass or not game. He didn't say it that way. He said they don't like subscription services. Well, yeah, why would they? Like what? I mean, I like to me, it's just 1 + 1 = 2 logic here, where it's like, you know, studios that or publishers that don't have to rely on a subscription service, but can just sell you a game at full price and make a lot of money doing that. Yeah, why would they? Of course, they wouldn't be on board with a subscription model. But that's not to say I don't know. I don't think all publishers dislike subscription services. I think it's like publishers probably view subscription services as like you know, kind of like a backup plan in a way, if that makes sense. It's like if our game isn't going to sell enough, maybe we could try to get some money to put it on the service. Or, you know, if we want it to have like an extended life, we can put it on a service. That's my guess anyway. And Fred ADHD Vance decides he's going to be a little bit of my ADHD here today. He gifts 5 more memberships, bringing us up to 40 members on the day. Crazy. Thank you guys so much, man. Fred, thank you for that.
Do not be sorry.
Fred, I'm going to give you Kratos.
Be better.
And I'll give you a Jim Ryan, since we're talking about Jim Ryan. Really appreciate it, Fred. Appreciate all the support you guys continue to show. We still got this membership train going today. going strong. Let me fix this here. And we will bump this. Hold on a second. Why did my membership counter reset? That's weird. I'll fix that note with The Rock. The Rock shows up. He comes in strong. He follows up. Fred Vance drops another 5 membership gifts, bringing us up to 45 members on the day. Full-blown membership train going once again, dude. Thank you so much for that, The Rock. I'll give you a Venom. I'll give you a Snake. And I'll give both Fred and The Rock another thank you. Really appreciate that, guys. Let's get some W's in the chat. And as I'm saying that, Hellbound 1981, all these legends coming in today, doing some heavy lifting once again for this community, growing the membership community. He drops 5 more memberships, and he brings us up to 50 members. So we crushed the goal. And as I say that, Fred, ADHD Vance, says we're not done. We're not done. We're dropping 10 more memberships. Fred drops a 10 bomb. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
That is wild, bro. We got a 20 bomb earlier. Now we got a 10 bomb from France. And I called you France. Dude, I just combined your name, Fred Vance, and I called you France. No way. Are you French at all, by the way? Because if so, that would be great. But Fred Vance dropping a 10 bomb. That's crazy, dude. I called him France. That's amazing. I know my membership count is at 1. I'm going to update it. I don't know what's going on with it. But The Rock comes in and follows up with another membership gift. That brings us to 6 from The Rock. And Herpy Derps, who said he wasn't going to gift today, says, you know what? Let's gift anyway. He's going to drop. Dude, Herpy Derps, I appreciate it, man. That's very nice of you. You already donated a couple super chats saying you won't be able to gift, and yet here you are gifting anyway. And then The Rock drops yet another membership, guys. We are at 67 members on the day. Huge numbers. I'm going to update this for you guys because that's impressive, man. Thank you, guys. Really, thank you for all the love, man. Very, very kind. And France. I'm sorry, man. No, I'm not going to make your nickname France because you said you're not French at all. So that would just not make any sense. But Fred ADHD Vance drops 5 more gifts, guys. Full-blown membership train, all aboard, 72 members on the day. Massive numbers you guys are putting up. Yeah, we need W's in the chat. We need a Venom.
No matter what.
We need a Joel.
Finding something to fight for.
We need a Mark Cerny.
To rely on teraflops as an
and I'll give you, because we got so many people gifting. I don't know if I played 2 at once, but I'll give you an Arnold. Thank you, guys. Let me update this goal. Yeah, I don't know why it glitched out like that. And there we go. Yeah, I mean, this community always shows up, man. Always shows up in force. Always does heavy lifting. I really can't thank you guys enough. The support is always just immense. And it's always awesome to see the community kind of supporting one another like this as well. Always giving out these membership gifts. I'm always seeing people thank you guys for that. And The Rock just keeps it going, man. The Rock, just membership after membership back to back. He gives 2 more. He gives 2 more memberships. Just doling them out, man. Love to see it, The Rock. That brings us up to 74. That's crazy. You guys absolutely obliterated the goal. The goal was 50, and you destroyed it somehow. Yet again. You're saying all I can do today, buddy. No. By all means, man. That is... I know some of you guys, some people might not believe this, but I am serious to say I do not expect to hit my goal. I mean, you guys have basically set that expectation where you consistently crush it, but make no mistake, like I do not just expect you guys to gift and like this and to show support like this consistently. The fact that you do is, I mean, I'm at a loss for words for how how kind it really is. So again, nobody ever has to apologize or anything or explain anything, you know? Anybody who just gives one membership, it's more than enough, man. And anybody who goes above and beyond, it's very much appreciated. Very, very much. And Fred Vance, Fred HD. Fred, how many times can I mess up your name today? First it was France. Now it's Fred HD Vance. What is it going to be next? What's it going to be next? But yeah, Fred ADHD Vance. My bad, dude. I'm sure you're loving it, though. I'm sure you're loving it. He drops 5 more membership gifts on us today. He drops 5 more, bringing us up to 79. Somehow we are almost at 80 members. That is colossal, dude. That is colossal. Fred HD Vance, France. He's doing it, man. He's doing it. Thank you. To rock everybody. Everybody. Let me get this counter up so it's accurate. Look at that. I swear, man, this community, you do it every time. You do it every time. And so, yeah, if you're not a member, yeah, did I have a stroke this one? I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. I feel okay. So, yeah, I don't know. Just getting things mixed up, I guess. Getting a little tongue-tied. Saying, man, this is starting to sound like the prosperity gospel. All right, I'll keep it moving. I apologize. I might have to change my my thumbnail and title though, because I realize that there are 3 specific topics I have listed here, and god damn it, I haven't even started talking about any of them. I'm going to dive into these topics though. I just want to make sure I didn't miss any super chats, which I almost did. I'm glad I went back. Disco Cobra, I'm sorry to keep you waiting, man. Apologies. He donated $20, a $20 super chat. So very generous of you, Disco Cobra. You're saying, I'm wondering if maybe the PS5 was launched a bit premature, or the next generation was to some degree. Seems as though this transition has been slower than in previous generations. Maybe some were not ready to move on yet. Yeah, I think that's absolutely what happened to a certain extent. Like, I think the PS4 and Xbox One probably could have went another year and it would have been fine. Like, we could have seen the PS5 and the Xbox Series consoles launch in 2021, and I think it would have been actually beneficial because, well, I don't know. In 2021, I feel like the console shortage was even worse in 2021 than it was in 2020. But I think there were multiple factors that made this console generation seem like it came prematurely. And the biggest one is the pandemic, right? Like, when the marketing cycles for these consoles began, it pretty much occurred at the exact same time that the pandemic really started to go into full swing. And this impacted not only, like people's jobs and whether or not they would be able to afford to upgrade, but it also impacted the developers. And one of the things that developers have to do every console generation, usually, is they have to update their game engines. They have to figure out what tweaks, what upgrades, what changes they have to make to their game engines to get them to work, better and basically be optimized for the new generation of consoles. And it just so happens that with the PS5 and with the Xbox Series consoles, this is like the first set of consoles where I can't say that 60 FPS is now the standard, but it is closer than ever to being the standard. I mean, frankly, most people are expecting 60 FPS. I mean, we are seeing with, like, a game like Starfield, people are still very accepting of 30 FPS, but there's no denying that this generation 60 FPS is expected much more than previous generations. And I remember when these consoles first launched, I heard Digital Foundry say something, and it was something along the lines of them explaining that one of the most difficult things that the developers have to do is convert their engines and upgrade their engines, where throughout the PS4 and Xbox One generation, it was all about 30 frames per second. Like, people were not expecting, 60 FPS as the standard or even close to it last generation. But with this generation, because that is now becoming more of the standard, many game studios have to update their game engines. And that's a difficult, arduous, potentially complicated, very complex thing that they have to do. It takes time. Like, that's the thing. Like, updating the game engines takes time. And so you factor that in alongside, there's a pandemic and developers are struggling to keep up with their workflow because everything's in chaos and in flux. I think if you look at 2021 and 2022, it is obvious that many games were impacted, many studios were impacted, many game engines were impacted, and even maybe to a degree, many people were impacted, right? Where it's like, I mean, the PS5 is still doing really well. And I feel like the Xbox Series is doing good enough, but I don't know. I can't tell if it's slowing down. Like, I don't know if maybe people are less inclined to upgrade, but I do think you're on to something, Disco Cobra. I do think that there is, looking back now, you could tell that there was, I should say, maybe more factors at play this time around that led to this console generation getting off to a very rough start, a very underwhelming start, I think, to a lot of people. And I think the real question at this point, at least for me, is how this slow start, how this rough start to this generation may impact the remainder of it. Like, I think the general consensus, at least based off of leaked documentation, is Sony and Microsoft are planning on having out next gen consoles by 2027, 2028. And that may seem like a long time from now, but it's, I don't want to say it'll be here before we know it, because, I mean, it will take time, but we may feel by the time this happens, right? By the time the PlayStation 6 and the Xbox Series 2 or whatever is announced, that's it. It's over already. Like, it feels like it only just started recently. I hope not. So I don't know. We could see an extension of this generation. If we don't see an extension of this generation, I think there's going to be a hope that, okay, well, if we are going to move to the next generation in just a matter of a couple of years, even though it feels like this gen has hardly even started, does that at least mean that the next generation will get off to a really strong start? Like, can Sony and Microsoft make up for that? Can they make up for the lack of a strong start that we got this gen with a really crazy start to the next one? That would be awesome. And Fred comes in and drops another membership gift to round us off. Fred, I see you, man. I know exactly what you're doing. You want to make sure we get to that 80. I appreciate that, dude. I think that was bothering everybody. So Fred does it for us. He rounds it off, gets us to a clean 80 members. Thank you, Fred. Thank you for everything you've done for me and this community, and you continue to do. Really appreciate it, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I see somebody asking, how is it going with PSVR2? Unfortunately, I'm not going to talk any more about PSVR2. Oh, I missed his name change. How could I miss that, bro? I even looked at it. It just, oh my God. It didn't even register. France Vance. I love it, dude. I love it. Now I see. It's so funny. I said, oh, I see what you're doing, Fred. I know why you did this. And he's like, oh, he noticed the name change. Proceeds to not notice the name change. No, that's awesome, dude. That's all. Yeah, that's funny. That's funny. France Vance. Appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. This is why I love this community. I love how people are putting loaves of bread in the chat. Damn, I want some bread now. All right. I did see somebody asking how I'm feeling about PSVR2. I'm not going to talk anymore about PSVR2. I don't even have PSVR2 in my title or thumbnail, and yet I spent, I think, like the first hour and a half, as eyelashes are falling out, talking about it. What I'm going to do now is dive deep into these three topics that we have to discuss. I'll I'll be honest, guys. Sometimes I never know what to name my streams because I always feel at times like this where it's like, I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Like, there's hardly any news. You know, what are we going to talk about? And then you guys just like, I don't know, somehow between the combination of just the regular chat and the super chats, we end up going into these different topics that I just really wasn't expecting. So I never know what to title my streams anymore, man. Let's talk about Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 has caused a AAA game delay. Reason. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. What game did Spider-Man 2 cause to be delayed? Alan Wake 2. So I came across this article from Push Square, and it reads, Remedy took the somewhat unexpected decision earlier this year to delay Alan Wake 2, but not into 2024 like is so common sometimes, but for just 1 week. Speaking with IGN about the Finnish developer's decision, Sam Lake said that it was to space out the release schedule a little so all of the upcoming PS5 titles had an opportunity to shine. Quote, well, we were looking at the week and we were looking at these brilliant giant games coming out. Marvel Spider-Man 2 and all, and just felt like, well, we don't have to go neck and neck. We can just kind of shift it a couple of days, end quote. Originally, the game was scheduled to release on October 17th, just 3 days before the all-encompassing juggernaut that's likely to be Marvel Spider-Man 2. Now it'll release on October 27th, and while it'll still be flanked by the likes of Alone in the Dark and Ghost Runner 2, that should give it a little more room to breathe. Yeah, I do not understand. Well, first off, I understand Alan Wake 2. Alan Wake 2 looks really good. I'm still very upset. Oh yeah, baguettes, my bad, not bread. I'm sorry. Sorry if I offend. It's a very smart move on Remedy's part. I think Alan Wake 2 looks incredible. I'm still incredibly upset that they're not doing a physical release for Alan Wake 2 and still sticking with digital. I'm upset about that. I don't know why they're doing that, but I watched some gameplay recently, some new gameplay. I don't know if you guys saw it or not. Go check it out. It looks amazing. I mean, it seems like they really went all in on the survival horror, and I'm actually very much looking forward to Alan Wake 2. But yeah, I kind of didn't realize, like, damn, dude, Alan Wake 2 was set to launch 3 days before Spider-Man 2. Not good. Not good. So they made a very smart move. But what I was going to say, like, what I don't understand is why are all of these developers and publishers choosing to release their game in October? Like, I don't get it, man. I understand to a degree that it's like the holiday season, but I mean, you have like multiple games that people have been looking forward to, like all in the matter of like 2 weeks of one another. Why do you make us fight? Why do you make us pick and choose? Like, we go weeks and weeks and weeks and months sometimes with like not many games releasing at all. You know, gamers looking for something to play. I don't understand that. But I think if anything, it does speak to the strength of a game like Spider-Man 2, you know. I've seen some bizarre takes on Spider-Man 2, and I've been talking to you guys about this, and I notice as we get closer to the launch of Starfield, it is causing, you know, it's causing kind of like the fanboys to come out of the woodwork and basically try to explain to everybody that, well, Spider-Man 2 is irrelevant and Starfield crushes Spider-Man 2 and Spider-Man 2 is a joke, and you know, you just see this ridiculous nonsense, and it's like, all right, well, let's get back to that. Let's get back to that the week after Spider-Man 2 launches. You know, well, let's get back to that. Yeah, it's weird, dude. Like I don't know, dude. I'm just seeing some of the strangest takes, and it's kind of funny to me because it's like, I saw this tweet from somebody, and this was actually a great tweet. And this person, I don't think I'm trying to remember who it was. I don't follow these people. Their tweets show up. But they put out this tweet and it kind of went a little bit viral. I think it got like 500,000 views or something. And they said, I'm paraphrasing what they said. They were like, hot take, exclusives are actually great for the industry. And he put a picture of like Spider-Man 2, Starfield, and Zelda. And he basically was explaining that, like, you know, if it wasn't for these exclusive games or, you know, these consoles and these platform holders, like, they wouldn't invest in these types of games. They wouldn't, if they didn't know that they sold consoles, they wouldn't try to push them out there. And he got like a ton of people agreeing with what he was saying. And I'm like, I was kind of happy to see that, because I'm like, it's good to see that like people are able to be rational. You know, I feel like I see so much nonsense on Twitter. It's like rare you see like, and it's sad that he has to say that's a hot take. Like, that's not a hot take, dude. At least it shouldn't be. Like, I understand why he said that, but that shouldn't be a hot take. You know, like, exclusive games are like, well, they've always been a thing. They always will be a thing, and they are necessary. And the reason why they're necessary is, well, because there's always going to be platform holders. But it is true that, and I've always said this, I've said that the fact that these console manufacturers, I mean, maybe for Microsoft it's a little bit different now, but you know, the core of it still remains true. Console manufacturers have to sell you a piece of hardware. And they learned a long time ago that the best way to sell people on expensive hardware is create something on it that looks very enticing, very appealing, as cutting edge as it can look, and exciting. And make sure it only releases for that hardware. If you do that, your chances of selling that hardware to customers goes up quite a bit. And I think that's been proven with all platforms, even Microsoft, right? Like, even though Microsoft's main priority isn't the console anymore, we've seen that proven in the past with many of their games. And we still see that proven today, especially with Nintendo and Sony. And you know, there was just like this kind of like brief period of time, or maybe some people still feel this way, where it's like people at times, some people tend to act like exclusives are only good when it's convenient for them to be good. And exclusives are only bad when it's convenient for them to be bad, for the sake of narratives and stuff like that. And I get it. Like, I know how the game is played. I get it. But I think generally speaking, almost everybody's probably in agreement that like exclusives are not inherently bad, you know, like, because truthfully, most of these exclusive games would never exist if it wasn't for the fact that they are exclusive, you know? Because if you think about like, why are they being made? What is their purpose? Their purpose is to sell hardware. Of course, their purpose is to sell millions of units, but it's to sell hardware. So I don't know. It was cool to see somebody say something like that. And I'll be honest, like, I was expecting it to get a ton of hate. You know how irrational people are on the internet, and didn't. People were like, yeah. I'm like, okay, all right. So there we are. We're I think everybody's reached kind of like a healthy place where it's like, Microsoft's got Starfield, Sony's got Spider-Man 2, Nintendo's got Zelda, and it's like they're all going to do their job. They're all going to sell these units. They're all going to sell consoles, and they're all going to do really well. So in a way, it's like, it's kind of great, you know, to an extent. I mean, maybe not everybody agrees, but it's kind of great to see that, like, by the time, like, at the end of this year, we could see Sony, Microsoft, and Nintendo all have a Game of the Year contender at the Game Awards. And all these games for each platform is not only going to sell millions of units, it's going to sell millions of consoles. I'm assuming Starfield is going to sell millions of consoles, or at the very least, millions of Game Pass subscriptions. So it seems like they're all doing pretty well, man. And I don't know. I don't understand some of the toxicity that I'm seeing. The reason why I'm saying I don't understand, let me put it this way. I understand it. I think it's dumb, is what I mean to say. I think it's very dumb, because it's like, a lot of Xbox fans are very excited for Starfield. Not even Xbox fans, just a lot of gamers in general are very excited for Starfield, and there's a lot of positivity. But there are like these toxic fanboys that are like, rather than celebrating Starfield and being excited for it, like they're like, how can I weaponize this? And I get that because PlayStation fanboys have done that too for a long time. But it's like, maybe this is where, this is where the severing should take place, right? Microsoft got theirs, and they're in a good place. They're in the best place that they've been in a long time. Their fan base is happy. You guys got finally a big game to be excited about. Like, celebrate it. You know what I mean? Enjoy it. PlayStation fans, fanboys, right? And I've been part of this, and I've learned since. But yeah, there's no doubt that what comes around goes around. And there have been times where it's like, hey man, Sony's got these incredible fucking banger games coming. I'm going to weaponize them. And I think at this point in time, people should be able to recognize and realize, like, that's not cool, Like, that's a pretty shitty thing to do. Kind of nonsensical. Like, good game, enjoy it. You know what I mean? Like, enjoy the good game. We don't have to weaponize anything. And yeah, I don't know, man. I still see people fighting. You know what I mean? It's weird. I guess what I'm saying is I kind of understood it better in previous years, where it's like, if Sony had a what seemed to be like a bad game, not a bad game, I don't know, like an underwhelming game, and people would kind of like trash it a little bit, and you'd see a little bit more toxicity. Maybe like Xbox fanboys or Nintendo fanboys or PC fanboys or whatever, they kind of come and shit on. It's like, well, I kind of get that. You know what I mean? Like, maybe this game is questionable. Same thing with the Xbox side of things, right? Like, anytime Xbox would have like the Redfall situation, like, you could kind of understand, like, it's not difficult to see why people are being a little bit more aggressive, on the internet towards Xbox in this game. And I think that's what's weird to me right now, and why I think it's so dumb is because, like, well, neither of those situations exist right now. Like, there are two banger games dropping for the two platforms. And I guess what I'm trying to say is this, and I mean this, and I might offend maybe some people who listen to me, but my goal is to not offend. My goal is to just maybe make people take a step back and realize that if you, at this moment in time, on either side, like, whether like I'm gonna shit on Spider-Man 2 or I'm gonna shit on Starfield, like, you're just proving more than ever that, like, this is not about enjoying games for you, because there's no reason to shit on either at this point. I mean, maybe there are just some things about Spider-Man 2 that somebody isn't interested in, they don't like, and I guess I just kind of expected that by this point in time, we were just going to see valid criticisms. You know what I mean? And that's what's so unexpected to me, is that I'm seeing less valid criticism and more just ridiculous, like, hyperbolic nonsense that's like, what? What do you mean? And that goes for both. Like, I'm seeing it for both Spider-Man 2 and for Starfield. And I think that's just unfortunate, because it's like, well, I guess it really never will stop. You know what I mean? Like, I guess it really never is, like, going to end. It is just an endless cycle and an endless loop that people are going to choose to be part of, where it's like, all the platforms are winning right now. Like, but what is the fighting for? What is that? Like, I don't know. It is what it is, man. I guess for some people that is what it's about, Um, but yeah, dude, it's gonna be, I think, a roller coaster ride of, I don't know, maybe emotion, but certainly just a roller coaster ride in general. Starting, uh, what is it? September 1st, I guess. I think that's when the Starfield reviews go live. But you're gonna have that, and then from that point forward, I mean, we're just gonna see a barrage of third-party games, and then Spider-Man 2's coming, and then at the end of the year we got Game Awards, dude. So it's gonna be it's gonna be an interesting, certainly an interesting end to the year. These last 4 months or so. Are they winning with the slogan "No console required"? Well, when I say winning, what I mean is I guess let me put it to you this way: they all have good things going for them. That's what I mean by winning. That seemingly are making their fan bases happy. And that is what is just disappointing to me to see. Where it's like, I don't know, man. Isn't this kind of what people wish for? You know? Like isn't this what the great hope is, where it's like you want to see, because people didn't believe me. And I understand why they didn't believe me, and they still don't believe me. And it doesn't matter to me if they believe me. There's no need for me to defend myself. It's like, believe me, don't believe me, doesn't matter. But I know how I feel. And I've said so many times in the past, I've said it over and over again. They're like, dude, why are you still talking about Xbox? Why are you still so hard on Xbox? And I've always said it because they got to get better. Like, they have to improve. Like, they got to do something. Because if they don't, it's not going to result in good things for anybody, even PlayStation fans, right? And granted, Starfield's not the game for me. And we've talked ad nauseum about the methods in which Microsoft is going about it by acquiring publishers, but putting all that aside, here's the fact of the matter: they have a massive AAA game that their fan base and all the users, or most of them, I don't know if I could say all of them, but 90% of them are super stoked for. Like, for some people, they're saying this is going to be their game of the generation. And I'm like, okay, well, I'm not fully part of it, but that's what I said Microsoft needed to do, and they did it. You know what I mean? Maybe I've questioned the methods, where it's like, you bought Bethesda and now you're buying Activision, but it's like, again, it's all water under the bridge. It is what it is. Regardless of the methods, they did it. So it's like, well, there you go. And I actually, on my Twitter the other day, I was just curious. I put out a tweet where I asked people, are you planning to play Starfield? And I just wanted to see, what people were saying and what the answers would be. And especially because I'm a more PlayStation-centric person or personality on the internet, and my Twitter's the same. I was actually expecting, I'm probably going to see this is going to be a little bit skewed. And actually, it wasn't, dude. The hype for Starfield is real. It's legitimate. And I've even seen a lot of PlayStation fans saying, yeah, dude, I'm going to be playing this game. I'm looking forward to it. I'm like, okay. It just kind of spoke to me in the sense that, damn, dude, Microsoft actually did it. They climbed that mountain. Granted, maybe they took a chopper halfway up. I don't know. Again, it doesn't matter how they climbed the mountain, how they scaled it, but they did. And they're there. And they're planting the flag. And that's where it's like, I think now you are beginning to see there is a separation that's happening, where that is the reality where Microsoft achieved it. And now there are still some people where it's like, yeah, but fuck them. And I get it. I'm not saying you have to drink the Microsoft Kool-Aid. You have to embrace Microsoft. No, I'm not saying that. So don't confuse what I'm saying for that. I'm saying they did the thing, at least that I was saying they needed to do for years. The only thing that caught me off a little bit off guard is I always had this idea that if Microsoft ever achieved that, it would speak to me, personally, they did it and I'm supportive of it. But I realized, well, the way in which they went about it, it's actually, I'm actually not for it. People are kind of getting on me because they're like, oh, you're just not playing Starfield because it's Xbox. Dude, I listen, I'm not playing Starfield because I really don't want to play Starfield. It really has nothing to do with Xbox. Like, Starfield existed before Microsoft acquired them. I had no interest in it whatsoever. It has nothing to do with it being an Xbox game, but that's the part that's unexpected to me, is they achieved what it is that I said they needed to do, but they did it in a way that has actually left me feeling practically indifferent to it. And I'm noticing as I since I'm now kind of more removed from it, since I am indifferent to it, I'm seeing like, yeah, dude, there are basically two types of people now. There are people that are like, yo, fuck Starfield, fuck Xbox, fuck Microsoft. And you realize that it really only ever was about just making sure that they were always fighting Microsoft regardless of what they did. And then if they're not doing that, they're either embracing the game or embracing the platform, saying, yeah, I'm going to go play it. I'm looking forward to it. Or they're like, no, I'm just not interested. I'm playing whatever instead. And the same thing for Spider-Man 2, right? Where it's like now, and this is the saddest part. Well, it's just as sad. I don't say it's the saddest part. It's just as sad. With Spider-Man 2, Microsoft finally did the thing, right? Like, they have Starfield. They have that big AAA banger, system seller. Fan base is hyped. And now that that's there, you see these people kind of coming out, and you realize, like, you're just here to shit on the opposition or the competition. You know what I mean? Like, you're here to just detract, and that's all it's about. Like, yeah, I know, dude. Dragon, the type of stuff you see on Twitter. Yeah, it's crazy. And I've been asking a lot of questions, and I see some of the craziest shit, dude. It's like, I think, dude, it always gets me where, like, I'll put out a tweet. I'll be like, 55 days until Spider-Man 2 releases on PS5. That's the tweet. Dude, one of the comments underneath will be somebody being like, Starfield comes out next week. Like, yeah, you're right. It does. It's like, okay. But then there's another one under that where somebody's like, Starfield's going to decimate Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 is irrelevant. And I'm like, I'll be honest, shit makes me laugh. It is pretty funny. But at the same time, though, like, you could tell some people are pretty serious about this stuff. It's like, guys, like, and just enjoy it, man. Just enjoy it. The console wars are over, dude. They are. I know some people don't want to accept it, and I partook in the console wars. I'm a console war vet. No, I partook in the console wars, and the time where I was partaking in them the most, and I think a lot of us are guilty of this, was when the PS5 and Xbox Series were on their way to releasing. And I'll be honest, like, at that time, hindsight 2020, I didn't realize I was being, like, as toxic as I was. And I didn't realize, like, I was basically feeding into, like, there was this video I made. I go back and look at this shit sometimes, man. And I do this in an effort to learn and improve, and also just see how much things have changed. Dude, there was this, do you guys remember? I think it was like July or something of 2020. And this is when, like, the next gen console hype was in full swing, and it was just PlayStation versus Xbox, bro. And Sony announced with the Avengers game that there was going to be an exclusive Spider-Man DLC. Do you guys remember this? Let me ask you something, because I'm curious. I'm just curious to see how people perceive these past events. When Sony announced this exclusive Spider-Man DLC, what do you think the general sentiment was? The general consensus? Like, how were people reacting to it? What were the conversations that were taking place? Do you guys remember? Because I honestly didn't. And then when I came across this video, I was like, wait, what? Like, I have an idea in my head of, I think I remember how people reacted to it. But then when I watched my video actually covering the news, I realized, like, damn, this is part of the problem here to a degree. Pushing Polygon says Sony keeping Spider-Man from Xbox. Saying a lot of people weren't happy. You're saying that was still bad game content, should never be exclusive. No. That's the thing, though. That's the thing. Is like, I recall there being a pretty negative reaction to it, where like a lot of people were like, well, that's pretty dumb. Like, why is Sony paying for this? Like, you know, is this really necessary? So on and so forth. And I won't lie to you. Like, when I scrolled past my video and I saw, oh, this was a video I put out covering the news. And I was getting a lot of views at that time because it was the middle of the pandemic and a lot of people were at home and my viewership was up significantly. And I was like, damn, this video's got like 50,000 views. Like, it's pretty good. So I clicked on it and I listened to it and I'm like, what? I was like, what? Do you know my fucking video? Like, I spent the majority of the video, like, basically, like, I had this kind of attitude where it was like, you know, everybody's upset about Spider-Man DLC and Xbox fans are crying about it. But it's like, you know, I'm not going to be upset for Sony, you know, paying money to secure more content for their player base, and I'm part of their player base. And I just realized, like, damn, dude, I was just genuinely surprised that that was what was. It just like it made me really interested to just go back and maybe comb through even more of my content from that time, because I was just like, what? Like, why was I? What compelled me to have that outlook on this? Because there had to have been something, right, at that time. And it just makes me realize, like, how much things have changed. And you're saying, are we talking about the Avengers game, Spider-Man DLC? Yeah, and you know what the craziest aspect about this is, and this is truly where the hindsight 2020 kicks in. Dude, that DLC was like a wet fart, bro. Like, and I realized, like, what the hell? And it wasn't just me. Like, I had hundreds of comments on that video, man. And a lot of the and this is where you see the energy fucking changed, man. Where, dude, do you think I got a bunch of hate in my comments? Like, do you think people were like, no, man? A lot of people were in agreement with me. Like, this was the energy. Like, Sony had, I don't know, man. They just had this kind of bravado or something at the time where they were untouchable and they were bulletproof. And that's where I realized, like, dude, what comes around goes around, you know? Like, that was a dumb thing. Like, straight up. Like, if I saw Sony do something like that today, I would probably just be like, what? Like, why? You know? I just talked the other day about how I'm glad to see that the Sony partnership with Call of Duty is going to be over, where it's like, finally, no more bullshit marketing of like, here's exclusive double XP and an exclusive operator, and like, you know, like, no, we don't, like, who wants that? Yeah, and they still do it to a degree, man, with the yeah, you're right, most recently the Hogwarts Legacy quest. It's just, I don't know, man. I don't know. It was just, it was bizarre in a way. It felt like I went back in time and I'm like, damn, dude, the energy has changed so much regarding the public perception of Xbox and PlayStation. And yeah, I don't know, man. I won't pretend, because, you know, I see people are like, oh, MBG, you can't play the victim when, you know, you're moving goalposts and all this stuff. And it's like, well, yeah, I guess it's like looking back, considering how baffled I even am by my own take for something like that, you know? Saying MBG just out of curiosity for the sake of argument, has is that different than a console holder withholding content from someone that didn't buy a collector's edition for the sake of argument? Like, is it different? I mean, I guess in some, I don't know. I mean, it in a way, I guess it on a very technical level, I guess it kind of does equate to the same thing at the end of the day, right? like less content. Oh, that was my PC that just made that noise. Dude, my computer just made the I thought that sounded like a crow. That's why I was like, what was that noise? Sounded like a freaking crow. It was my PC that made that noise. MBG is bulletproofing himself because he knows Xbox is about to deliver. Dude, listen, man. Well, I mean, that's actually not a bad way to look at it, I guess. But no, that's not actually what I'm doing. I don't know if you know this or not, BB12. I'm not bulletproof. And there's nothing I could do to become bulletproof. You know that? Maybe some people don't know that, but I could convert this channel to being a food channel. And I could do like just talk about food. And I would still probably have people clipping me and shit. No, it's not about being bulletproof. But that is a funny way of looking at it. No, I wish I could if it was that simple. No, it really does just come down to the realization that things have changed, man. Like things have changed a lot where I guess truthfully, I just didn't fully realize that during certain moments in time, I was like, yeah, like, hey man, PlayStation exclusives are better than anything out there. And it's just like, well, that's fine to have that opinion. And I still like a part of me does feel that way to a degree a little bit. Like not like let me put it this way. I think old me would have said like 2020 me would have said like PlayStation exclusives shit on everything else. Or like completely destroy almost everything else that's out there. And that's like a very console war-ish way of like that's just an unnecessarily aggressive way to speak. But people like that, like the people, some people rally behind that, but it's a polarizing thing to say. Like you're either gonna get people be like, yeah, fuck yeah, bro, or you're gonna get people being like, you fucking fanboy, and I get it. But the reality is how I actually feel is that I've enjoyed PlayStation Studios games more than most other games. And because of that, I'm like, I view them differently than almost every other video game publisher. And to me, they are like my favorite video game publisher that produce my favorite video games. And I realize like, if you say it that way, it sounds much more reasonable. You know what I mean? Like it's not aggressive. It's not console wars. It's just, and I feel like that's what same thing with Xbox stuff too, or Nintendo stuff or PC stuff. But I don't know. Maybe it's just human nature. Maybe it's just the way the internet is. But I don't know. A lot of people don't say it that way. Saying can't blame you if it gets the clicks. I mean, that's the thing too. Is like there's always that aspect of it where it's like, how many people are doing what they do and saying what they say just for attention or just for the clicks, right? And it's like, guys, I'll be real right now. Like, if I wanted to just drive clicks, I would be doing things very, very differently, very differently. But I do care about getting clicks. Obviously, I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna pretend like that's not an important. Obviously, it is. Like, I literally need people. Please click on my stream, please click on my videos, click on my content. It is necessary. If without that, I couldn't do this at all. But I've learned throughout the years that there are so many different ways to get, to go about it, basically. There are many different ways, and I'm not here to say which way is right, which way is wrong. I just think that everybody has to decide for themselves, like what feels right to you. What are you okay with doing, and how do you want to go about doing it? But yeah, YouTube has changed a lot too. Anyway, I got to read some of these chats. I apologize for keeping you guys waiting. King Sam, a member for 4 months, he says, if Bayonetta didn't become exclusive to Nintendo, the sequels wouldn't exist. I would rather have to buy a Switch to play them than never be able to. Yeah, I mean, you do have to question that as well. How many of these exclusivity deals just essentially allowed for these games to exist in the first place? That's a great example. And I'm in agreement with that outlook. I if it's either it has to be exclusive or it will not exist. I would much rather it be exclusive and exist than just it be non-existent. You know, so when something doesn't exist, it doesn't exist, right? Random question: what advice would you give for someone wanting to start making content / YouTube videos? What helped you when you first started? It's a great question. It's a. I'm going to tell you something that is. I don't know if it'll be useful or not, but I feel like it is truthful, and that is you have to be able to do one of, I think, three things. And if you can't do one of these three things, as harsh as this may sound, I don't think you'll stand a chance. Number one, you have to have extremely high production value. And I feel like for people starting out, that's not usually realistic. You know, a lot. I've come across a lot of content that, frankly, like the content itself is not that interesting or engaging, but it's the production value of it where it's so professional and it's so well done. It's scripted. You know, I can understand like, oh, well, it's obvious why people are watching this. You know, like it's very professional. It's very well done. People are attracted to that. But I feel like that's very difficult for new people. But you need high production, like really high professional production value. If you can't do that, you need to have a strong personality, like a personality that can like get people to come to you and pay attention and stick around, and they like actively want to hear what you have to say or engage with what you have to say. And that is also difficult as well because it's different for everybody. Like some people are so naturally charismatic that like they could just, you know, like they could talk about anything, they could do anything, and people will just, you know, they just somehow are able to garner a following. And that to me is something that's a little bit more difficult for people because that is like a, I don't want to say like it's either you have it or you don't thing, but it's something that's a little bit more nuanced and not as easy to um to just bring to the table if you struggle with it. Like you would have to spend a lot of time figuring out like how do you garner like how do you gain charisma, you know, like how do you get people to pay attention and especially when you consider how the algorithms are always changing and they're always making dramatic changes and there's more people doing it than ever before. It's very challenging. And here's the third way. The third way is be polarizing or toxic. I mean, I consider people being toxic, that is being polarizing. Um, that is to me the easiest way. And I won't lie, you know, people, this is the thing, like I have no shame in admitting to certain, you know, things. And a lot of people would say it's not a bad thing. A lot of people would say, I wish you would do more of that. Because it is true that people, the reason why people like things that are polarizing is because it usually drives entertainment value. But the easiest way, and I'm not encouraging this, but the easiest way is be polarizing. Be as polarizing as you can. Be as, you know, just stir the pot, rattle the bee's nest, whatever it is, man. Stir it up. And I'm not saying it's a guarantee, but out of all the three things I listed, I have seen many people with very, very small followings, very small audiences. They put something out that's extremely polarizing and it blows up. You know, it gets them further than anything else they've done before. And we actually live in a day and age now where I say unfortunately, you know, the market, the audience speaks, I guess you could say. People are more encouraged than ever before to do that type of content because not only is it the easiest, but it's being proven year after year that this is what people are gravitating towards. Like people want that polarizing, they want that drama. And maybe that hasn't changed over the years. Maybe it's always been that way. But I guess I'm just saying that in the gaming space, I've noticed that's increased like tenfold in the past 2 years, roughly, where it's about that drama, man. Maybe 3 years. saying thanks for answering. I appreciate it. I feel like the first two were hard for new content creators. I don't have the experience and nervous about making content. Well, I don't want to be too discouraging at all. Like the truth, like I want to say to you, like, hey man, you just got to be true to yourself. I mean, obviously you do. You know, you have to put heart and soul into what you do. If you can't do that, people will notice. Well, actually, it'll be the opposite. They won't notice. You know what I mean? Like if there's no heart and soul, there's no backbone to it. Um, it's not going to speak to people. But I just, I won't lie to you, man. Like it's crazy out there. It is. Like I've noticed. I've been following YouTube very closely for many years, and even Twitter. And I'm just noticing there's certain patterns, and there are things that are always changing. And right now, the flavor of the day, so to speak, is be toxic, be polarizing. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying that you want the attention. That's all you got to do, and that's why I say like. I don't do what I do here for viewership or just the clicks, so to speak. I've thought about it many times, and I've thought about many different ways I could go about it, and I could could create a very interesting situation in many ways, but I don't know. I my heart's not in it. You know what I mean? Like that's the problem. I think people would detect that. Like. What are you doing, man? Like what are we doing, MBG? It's like, yeah, I don't know. What am I doing? Hold the line, hold the line, hold the line. Yeah, we'll hold the line. Saying you're already established. Yeah, that's why I always feel a little awkward as well. I feel like I'm not the best person to give the advice because I feel like, and this is the last thing I'll say on this. The best thing I could say is that just know everyone's journey is it's really an individual experience, and yours will not be anything like mine, and it will be nothing like anybody else's. And I think that any content creator, any person who has established any type of audience or following will probably agree with that, where it's just, it's different for everybody. Like you have to experiment and you have to figure out what is your thing, what will work for you. And, if you're somebody who's tried over and over and over again and it just doesn't work, I'm like the last person that wants to discourage anybody and say, well, maybe it's just not for you, but I am a realist, and I can't deny that that's just the way of the world sometimes, when I was younger and a kid, I thought, hey, I want to be a pro football player. Or at one point, I wanted to be a pro basketball player. And it's like just one day the realization kicked in, like, never going to happen, bro. Like, you could want it all you want. Not for you. It's just it's not going to work for you. You got to find something else. And I just think that is the nature of reality sometimes. Maybe things are supposed to be as they're supposed to be. So, MBG, do you think you may consider having guests on in the future? It's a possibility, certainly. I've always operated in kind of like a lone wolf type way, I in the past I've gotten offers to be on different things and guests on different things, and I've thought about it. Like I don't know if I've thought about necessarily bringing guests onto here, but I've thought about maybe like going to other places, and like I feel somewhat confident, and maybe I'm wrong. I wouldn't know unless I test the waters, and I don't think I'm going to. At least right now, I don't think I am. But I've thought about like reaching out to different places and people and just seeing like, do you want to do a show together? Like, do you want to have a conversation? But I don't know, man. It is tantalizing a little bit, because it's just like, it would be fun. It would be different. It would be, like I did one time. I don't know if you guys know this or not. There was this one time, where I think it was like in 2021 or something, but I think like, Sacred Symbols, yeah, they reached out to me and they brought me on for one of their like episodes. I don't think it was their regular podcast. It was like their side thing they do. And I gotta admit, it was like pretty disheartening because the feedback was overwhelmingly negative. Like it was just like I am, and this is no offense to like the guys at Sacred Symbols. Like I like them. I think they're but their audience did not like me like even a little bit. Like they hated me, and it was just one of these things like, oh well, okay. Like I went out of my comfort zone a little bit here and I got like the worst feedback I possibly could have gotten. So it's just like, well, all right, maybe I'm just better off staying in my lane here and uh, just kind of doing my own thing. And then I don't know, maybe I'm being a little bit too close-minded there, but it wasn't a great first experience, I guess. Sorry, I just heard. Sorry about that. Um, but yeah, it's a you're saying you want to see a show, me and Colt Eastwood do a show together. Dude, that would be weird. Like, wouldn't that be weird? Does anybody else not think that would just be totally weird? Um, I don't know. I've kind of thought about like reaching out and seeing if different people would have me, but I also realized that I have garnered a bit of a reputation over the years where I think people have a certain expectation. It's like, oh, MBG, he's like he's a clown or he's a fanboy or he's over the top or is that guy that screams and rants all the time? And it's like, well, yeah, I definitely have earned a bit of a reputation in that sense. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe we'll see, man. It's one of these things where I'm not going to make any promises or say that I'm actively doing anything right now, but who knows what the future holds? I mean, my entire YouTube career, whatever you want to call it. I mean, I don't know. It could just be me, yeah, being a loner the whole time, and I don't know. I think it's a little like to me, it's a little bit different, and I think that's one of the reasons I stick to it because I noticed that like collaborations and you know people being in all different places, it is the expected and common thing to do, and I feel like what I'm doing is a little bit like I'm taking the road somewhat less taken, where it's like I don't want to be associated with anybody or anything. Like I just want MBG to be MBG, and that's what it is, and people can try to associate themselves with me, or they can try to whether it's for negative reasons or positive reasons. But I think there is just kind of like this. I don't. It's not an advantage. If, in fact, some people might say it's a disadvantage, but I think it is. It makes things a little bit different, just a little bit, you know. Because who knows? Who knows what I would be like? Who knows what it'd be like for me and Colt Eastwood to do a show together, or me and I don't know. People have mentioned Mystic before. Uh, Mystic would be fun to do a show with because I feel like in some ways, personality wise, we're like the polar opposite. But I respect Mystic. I love his content. He's a cool dude. But yeah, we'll see. 100K MBG hairline reveal. My hairline's like here. No, it's not. It's not there. It's not there. So like my hairline, I got like the horseshoe thing going on. My hairline on the side comes to about like here, I think, and then it comes out here like this. It's pretty common. Like it doesn't look. I feel like after all these years of wearing a hat, people are expecting like some kind of insane, like, oh my god, what does this guy's head look like? Like it's really not. I mean, I would hype it up, dude. I should troll you guys and just do like get some kind of like hair color or something like I don't know what it is that people use, but like those markers or fucking whatever, and just make the craziest looking like hair like patterns and shit. I'll just take my hat off and I think that's what my hair looks like. All right. I don't know why I went on that side conversation though, but Broccoli Rob, Member for 4 months says, "What's up, MBG? Hope all is well. Have you checked out Armored Core 6? My game of the year so far. PvP is addictive. I've been watching some gameplay of it, and I've been listening to some of the reviews, and apparently it's really, really difficult. Apparently it's a really hard game. Can't say I'm surprised. Can't say I'm surprised. I don't think that I don't know, man. I really don't know that I have any interest in Armored Core. The gameplay doesn't look bad. It just doesn't look like I'm just not into mechs, you know? And hearing that it's that difficult, I don't know, man. But it does look like it looks like a quality game. Bossy. It does look like a quality game. Oh, my camera keeps refocusing on me every so often. Yeah, it's probably because I'm moving back and forth. I have it on passive focus. I don't know. I don't know, man. You coming up? Sorry, guys. It's boss time. He wants to. Come on. You got it. You got it. There you go. There you go, buddy. Yeah, Armored Core looks good. I'm hearing good things about it. I'm hearing it's very difficult. I heard the PvP is actually really good, which is interesting to me because I've always enjoyed the PvP of the Souls games, but I always kind of sucked at it. So, but for now, I'm good, you know? For now, I'm good. We'll see in the future. In the future, maybe Armored Core 6 is something I'll try. Maybe not. I'm honestly, I'm waiting for that Elden Ring DLC maybe, but more than anything, I want to see what From Software does next. I want to see what From Software does next. I want to see if they're going to is their next big thing Elden Ring 2? Is their next big thing just another new IP? Another Bloodborne? Yeah, I don't know. So thank you for that, Broccoli Rob. We have MYZ Ms. Biz. I don't know if that's how you say it. I was going to say MYZ BYZ, but I think it's Ms. Biz. Saying, speaking of Spider-Man, did you see the trailer? Whoa. For Project Megan? Is that how you say that? Game looks cool, but it stole Spider-Man's swinging mechanics. I think Sony will sue. So I did see that trailer, and that was actually kind of funny a little bit, but also like, wow, yeah, there were like shots taken straight out of Insomniac Spider-Man trailers and put right into just put right into this game. And I don't know, man. I don't think they'll sue. Oh, Mugen, was Project Mugen? Okay. I was like, Megan. Project Mugen. Am I saying that? I think I'm saying that correctly. I don't think they'll sue, man. Like it's not that bad, you know? It's not that bad. Pushing Polygons, you're saying you got to go prep a video. Yeah, man. I appreciate you stopping by. Free Tyrone. Oh, man. Crazy shit, dude. It is interesting that this game just ripped it off that severely, but I don't know. I doubt those. That would be, I guess I'm just saying I would be surprised if they sued them over that. The Rock, you're saying you stoked to get the Spider-Man stuff on Thursday. I am, yeah, I forgot. It's real soon. Yeah, maybe as long as whenever my Spider-Man stuff comes in, I'll do a live unboxing for you guys. Definitely. I'm looking forward to it, man. So I'm just waiting I hope it gets here the same day, the expected date that it's supposed to come, which I think is September 1st. I did see some people, I think, saying that their stuff isn't coming till September 8th. So hopefully I won't have to wait. So I appreciate the super chat, to Rock. And Fabrice Paul, you're saying, do you think Sony will make a live service more successful than Sea of Thieves? And Starfield is in the top of Steam for like a month before launch. Yeah, dude, like I said, Starfield is going to I don't know if Microsoft. Here's what I want to know. If Microsoft's going to announce Starfield sales numbers, because Microsoft has not announced sales numbers specifically for anything in like years. I mean, I don't know how long it's been. I doubt they will, because they're more likely to announce players. And I'll be honest, man, like I don't find player numbers as interesting. You know what I mean? I just think it would be fascinating to hear how many copies Starfield sells at full price. But yeah, they probably won't. But I have no doubt it's going to sell really, really well. It's just if they announce player numbers, we have no idea how many of those players are from sales of the game, versus how many are from, uh, like subscribing to Game Pass. But nonetheless, considering, I mean, look, you're saying it was like the top Steam seller a month before launch. I mean, that if that's any indication, I think it's going to sell really, really well. That's why I'm saying I wouldn't be totally shocked if Microsoft announces sales numbers specifically for Starfield, because they might. Keep in mind, like, they're gonna want to. If this game sells more than 10 million, they're gonna want to announce those sales numbers because it looks good and it's nice. It's good for their shareholders, you know. So I wouldn't be so sure that if this game really does big numbers, they might come out and say like, "Yep, Starfield sold 10 million in like 3 days or something like that." Or not 3 days, like, I don't know. A month or something crazy like that. You never know. You never know. And you're saying, do I think Sony will make a live service game more successful than Sea of Thieves? It's difficult for me to answer that because I'm not quite sure like how successful Sea of Thieves is. I'm assuming with the content, like if I'm reading what you're saying correctly, it's pretty successful. I want to say hopefully, right? I mean, if Sony's making 12 live service games and some of them are coming from their bigger studios, I mean, I would hope so, right? Not to say that there's any like Sea of Thieves isn't successful or bad, but it's just like, I mean, Sony's putting a lot of effort. They bought Bungie, like they're putting a shit ton of effort into these live service games. They have to have some of these games do really well. So I see somebody mentioning Helldivers 2. Dude, when are we going to get the Helldivers 2 release date? I'm starting to get concerned it's going to get delayed. Like it's supposed to come out this year and we're about to be in September with no date. I hope we hear from it soon. But Fabrice, thank you for the super chat, bud. We have AZN Panda 510. Thank you for the 5. You're saying, MBG, I hope you didn't buy Firewall yet because it is not something we want you to try as your first experience because it felt like I was scammed. So, AZN Panda, you missed an entire extended conversation for about the first hour and a half of this show. I talked all about it. I talked all about PSVR2, all about Firewall. And I'm in agreement with you. I think I made a bit of a mistake here, but I want to encourage you when this stream is done, come back and listen to that first hour and a half or so. And your question will be more than answered. More than answered. But to give you a quick answer, I did start playing Firewall and it was not good. It was not good. But there's more to it than that. So come back and watch it, man. MBG, it says October 2023, but no date yet. Yeah, that's what leaked. Sony's going to have a show, dude. Right? Like, how could they not have a show in September of some kind? They got to give a release date for Helldivers. They got a new console that they have to announce. That we need to hear more from Spider-Man. They got to do something. Yeah, I saw that game too, Crossfire Sierra Squad. I was actually watching some gameplay of it, and actually it looked pretty good. I'm not going to lie. Like better than I expected. And the fact that it's like so co-op driven, I kind of think that's cool. You're saying, how could they not have a show for 19 months? It's very possible. Yeah. We are absolutely overdue for a state of play though. I don't know if anybody knows that. Dude, the last state of play we got was in February. Like we are way overdue for at the very least a state of play. So Asian Panda, thank you for the super chat, man. And I have Magnum Gaming. Says MBG, I think you are now tolerant to VR. Turn smooth turning on and slide the turning speed to max. Then turn off all vignettes. Is that how you say that? Vignettes? Vignette. How do you pronounce? Am I pronouncing that correctly? Vignette? I feel like that's how I want to say it. Because I know what it is. I've never said it out loud though. You'll be more immersed. Yeah, I wasn't totally sure in Horizon Call of the Mountain why it had so like why the vignette was so intense, where it was like giving me tunnel vision purposely. Was there a reason for that? I didn't know you could turn that off. I thought that was just kind of part of it. Maybe that's what was helping me. I don't know. I don't know though, Magnum Gaming. That sounds like it might make me you're saying it stops motion sickness. Oh. Yeah, I don't know, man. You're saying turn smooth turn on with max speed, turning slide speed to max. I don't know. I might need it a little bit longer, dude. I might need it a little bit longer. I didn't know that was there purposely to help with the motion sickness. Saying it kills the immersion. Yeah, it was a little weird. I wasn't entirely sure. Like, I thought it was like a gameplay thing, or like it was just part of the game. But and what was weird about it is it only did it sometimes. That's why I was confused. It wasn't on the whole time. So I'll think about it. Maybe when I start to get even more comfortable with it, like if I buy the game, maybe I'll turn it off. Let's talk about this God of War Ragnarok DLC, guys. Being reported by Push Square, an expansion to the uber popular PlayStation first-party exclusive God of War Ragnarok is allegedly deep in development, according to notorious leaker The Snitch. Should be noted that while there was a period where the infamous Snitch was flawless, the Twitter account has changed hands. Therefore, the reliability of the source is more debatable than before. Recently, the social media Snoop revealed seemingly accurate details about Rise of the Ronin. So he does appear to be familiar with Sony's internal affairs. So yeah, I want to mention this real quick. This guy, the Snitch, it's pretty obvious. This is a new person with this account. This account was sold to someone. This is not the original Snitch. But this new person seems to also have sources somehow. Maybe he acquired them just by having the name The Snitch. But it's worth noting that this guy, whoever he is, did put out actual screenshots and images of Rise of the Ronin. Like legitimately leaked these screens. So there are a lot of people who are saying like this guy is wrong and he's a liar. He doesn't know what he's talking about. It's like, look, man, he could be, but I'm just saying like he has a track record, even if the account changed hands, which is weird to think. I think people should just try to keep that in mind. I have to drink some water here. But yeah, that is, you're saying Eric Williams said no more God of War DLC. People are also confused a little bit. Eric Williams didn't say they won't do God of War DLC. He said it's unlikely. He said that fans shouldn't expect it. And yeah, that leans very much towards like, yeah, we're not going to do it. But he didn't explicitly say like we are not doing DLC. It's not happening. It just seemed like they as he said, like they didn't really have any plans. It could have been also a marketing thing where it's like, you know, maybe he was told not. Maybe he was told if he was asked that question to just say like, no, we're not. And I think people need to pay attention to what he said, that they have all the content that they wanted in Ragnarok. I think people need to remember that people were trying to shit on God of War Ragnarok by claiming it was DLC. So it very well could have been like a marketing thing where he was told like, look, man, if DLC comes up, just say no. All right? There's a full complete game. That's what you tell him. And that's what he said. Yeah, and that's true. You're saying Jay Shako, that you do remember the voice actor of Tyr said that we haven't seen the last of Tyr. Yes. Yeah. I think a lot of people forgot that. I actually forgot. Good call out, man. You're right. That did happen. Saying you really hope the God of War DLC isn't real. You'd rather they moved on to the next content. Give me 1 second, guys. I really got to hydrate here because I realize I haven't taken a sip of water this whole time, and then I'm gonna give my thoughts on this. Gotta take that hydration break, man. All right. So I want to continue with this article, though, because it has other information. It says, ever since beating the God of War Ragnarok campaign, we've been expecting some kind of standalone expansion or DLC for the title. This is for a number of reasons. Without delving too deeply into spoilers, the conclusion to the campaign does seem to set up some type of standalone Atreus adventure, and it would also be consistent with Sony's current development philosophy to make a large-scale spin-off based on the content and mechanics of its main game. Excuse me. We've seen this in various guises over the years, from the standalone Marvel Spider-Man Miles Morales to the meaty Horizon Forbidden West Burning Shores DLC. The snitch, and this is the part I didn't talk to you guys about, the snitch claims that development is about 60% complete and that the release is planned for next year. So there's a couple things here. This God of War DLC, if it's real, sounds like it's going to be pretty meaty. If it's because it's going to launch next year in 2024, which would mean that they've been working on it for well over a year. That makes me think this is going to be like a Miles Morales level expansion. So 60% complete. And so, yeah, I mean, we've been asking for a while, like, what does Sony have planned for 2024? This could be one of the major surprises they had planned. I saw somebody saying that if we get like an Atreus focused expansion for God of War, where you're just playing as him, some major changes are going to have to be made to his gameplay. And I agree, because it's like, it was pretty fun playing as Atreus, but he needs more depth. I mean, if you look at like, if you're playing as Kratos, like there's a lot of depth to his combat, much more so than Atreus. So I don't know, man. I hope that if they do that, if they go that route, some people were saying it could be like like a prequel thing. Like Nas, you're saying here, backstory of Faye, more with her story in the battle with Thor, more Brock and Sindri, and ends with her first encounter and battle with Kratos. How would you feel about that, MBG? That's actually, I mean, that would be really, really interesting, because I think everybody's leaning towards like, oh, it's going to be Atreus. But if you think about it, man, like we got a lot of playtime with Atreus and Ragnarok. Some people would argue too much playtime. Like, we got a lot of playtime with him. But all throughout that game, all of these different things are talked about and hinted at, like, the past events that occurred. It would be really, really cool. Somebody talked about like a prequel where you are actually like a prequel standalone DLC or expansion where you actually are still playing as Kratos, but it's like before God of War 2018. like when he first arrived, and like you said, he met Faye and different things. But I don't know, man. I don't know if that would work specifically, like you're saying, maybe with Thor and like maybe plays Faye. That would be pretty sick. Or maybe plays Thor. Um, I mean, there's many different ways they could go about it. Um, I mean, if we go based off of a Freya spinoff, yeah, that'd be interesting too. If we go based off of the voice actor who played Tyr, and he says that you haven't seen the last of Tyr, that implies that Tyr will be part of this DLC, and that could go both ways, right? Because Tyr, he played a vital role to prior events, but you know, he's still like, he's the real Tyr is there at the end of Ragnarok. So I don't know. I don't know, man. I I will tell you this. I worry a little bit. I do worry a little bit if they make the decision that this DLC or expansion does not star Kratos. I worry that people are not going to respond positively. I do, because I don't know, man. This would be a first. This would be a kind of a big deal where it's like God of War isn't Spider-Man, you know? Like Miles Morales, we only got one Spider-Man game as Peter Parker in 2018. Miles Morales was in that game, and Miles Morales also kind of exploded in popularity pretty recently. So it kind of was like, yeah, Miles Morales game, let's go. With God of War, it's different in that, like, dude, God of War is Kratos. I just don't know that. I don't know if there's a real desire, frankly. I don't like, it's hard to say for people to play a God of War, a game, an expansion, whatever, labeled God of War that doesn't star Kratos, where you're not playing as Kratos. I just don't. I don't know. I just feel like a lot of fans would be like, fuck that. I could be wrong. But every single game in the God of War franchise has, Kratos was there, front and center. He is the God of War franchise. It would be, I think, quite shocking to people if it's just suddenly here's a new. But I don't know though. But like it, I don't know. What do you guys think? They should name the expansion Atreus, son of God of War. I mean, it almost sounds good, but the son of God of, like, there's two ofs. I feel like that would make it really bad. Son of God of War. They should just name the expansion Boy. Well, then again, no. I mean, Atreus isn't Boy anymore, but God of Mischief. Oh yeah, that would be a good one. That'd be a good one, actually. That'd be pretty good. God of Mischief. God of Mischief. Well, I don't know. I feel like I would be I would try to be as open-minded as possible. God of War Jr. Yeah, there you go. Where if they do decide to do like an expansion and it doesn't star Kratos, I will try to be open-minded, and well, yeah, that is very true. I need to also be aware, because you're mentioning you loved Uncharted Lost Legacy more than Uncharted 4. Yeah, that's true, man. Every single Uncharted game starred Nathan Drake, and then with the standalone expansion, are like, and now Nathan Drake's not here. You're playing as two, Chloe and Nadine, and that's that. And so maybe they'll try to pull that off, man. What I do think, though, will be very important. Here's a question I have for you guys, because this is what I can't figure out. Do you think that Sony is going to just, like, how like Nintendo, there's no question that they're going to always make games starring like their franchise characters. Like they're just like they're always going to make games for these characters, you know? Do you think Sony's going to do that with God of War where it's like we're always going to have Kratos. We're always going to have God of War. Like even if that means like way down the line another reboot happens, you know, like 15 years from now or something or 10 years from now. Um they have to, right? Like they have to. Cuz I feel like Kratos in God of War is like really one of the only true staple PlayStation franchise that has stood the test of time where it's still here. You know, like it was there during the PlayStation 2 in 2005 and it persisted from the PS2 to the PS3 to the PS4 and now to the PS5. It's been a generational, you know, game and franchise and I just don't see a reality. At least I think it would be a mistake, frankly, if they're like in the future and you know Kratos is gonna die or we're gonna you know he's gonna get replaced or we're gonna make the God of War franchise about Atreus. Like I just don't think I don't think that would be a good idea, frankly. But saying boss is having bad dreams. Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. But I believe this. I believe this. And you know, here's a question I have. Here, so if we are in it's August 2023, this God of War DLC is 60% complete. It's not a full game. When do we see this thing being 100% complete? Like could this be like a holiday 2024 thing? Or do we see it being like a summer 2024 or maybe even sooner? I do wonder. Q2 2024. The thing that's got me curious is if we look at Miles Morales, Miles Morales took about 2 years. Took about 2 years. And I'm thinking if this is a full blown expansion, it might be it might be holiday of next year, you know? Um and I also do wonder like is Sony going to have a big single player AAA game ready to go next holiday? Right? Like will Wolverine be ready to go November 2024? Ooh, you know what else? You know what else I just thought of? This God of War expansion or DLC probably it's not gonna come to PS4. I bet you. I bet you any amount of money it's not gonna come to PS4, and they're gonna market this thing alongside the PS5 Pro. This expansion could be huge. This could be a big deal. Sony could basically try to treat this like a whole new game, like Miles Morales. Like, look, man, I know Miles Morales wasn't a proper sequel. I know it wasn't like a $70 game, but that felt like a full blown game to me. You know, it really did. It felt like, I mean, I'm not saying it necessarily felt like a full $70 game, but for $50, it was, I put like 30 hours or something into it to do everything. It felt like another game. So if we get that with God of War, dude, hell yeah, dude, I am on board 100%. I'm so curious. I wish we could have got more details though. That's the only thing. Maybe the snitch does have more details. Maybe he'll reveal them later on. Um, but I would just love to know, like, you know, what is this going to be? You know, who's it going to star? But I believe it 100%. I'm fully anticipating this, and whenever Sony does have another show of some kind, I would not be shocked if this is revealed there. So let's see. Recently, PlayStation news we got from the snitch. Rise of the Ronin screenshots. Rise of the Ronin is apparently, according to the snitch, it's going to be launching in Q1 of 2024. And now we're hearing from him that there's a God of War Ragnarok DLC that I think he also said he's not sure if it's an expansion or DLC, but either way, the fact that it's only 60% done tells me it's going to be pretty big. Almost a year later. So yeah, we'll see, man. We'll see if how reliable he turns out to be. God, I just hate this. I hate that, like, this is the only way we get this type of information, man. They're going to replace Kratos with Angerboda. Oh, please, no. No offense to Angerboda, but fuck, that is not the way, man. You can't, like, like, no. I'm just straight up no. No. I'm not even gonna entertain that notion, actually. Actually, that's a cursed notion you're putting forth. But yeah, I wish we could I just wish we could hear more from Sony directly and not have to get fed this information through these insiders. God of Painting, there you go. Yeah, spinoff. Yeah, I do wonder, man. I do. I'm going to say it now. I bet you that's going to be the expansion. You're going to go on a journey with Atreus and Angerboda, and you're going to play as both of them. I bet you that's what it is. And I think that they're not going to have you play as Kratos because they want to save it for the next mainline God of War, because they're going to go to a whole new pantheon, and they want people to kind of have that, like, they want that Kratos hype to be preserved for the next mainline entry. Or, ooh, I got a good one. What I just said, there will be sections of this expansion where you play, like, I could see this. I'm totally going, I mean, this is full blown, like, speculation territory, but I think what they could do, because I'm really thinking about the way Ragnarok ended. They could do a situation where maybe it's kind of a split thing, like you got in Ragnarok. Like, you spend, no, never mind. I don't know. Fuck. I thought I had a good idea there, but then I'm like, no, we already did that. I was gonna say, like, you spend half your time playing as Atreus and Angerboda on their journey, and the other half you spend as Kratos and Freya, doing their journey. But then I'm like, I just fucking described God of War Ragnarok. God damn it. I was so close. I really thought I was on to something. I don't know, man. Maybe they will just go in a totally different direction. God of War in feudal Japan. Oh, man. Japanese mythology. That would be fucking sick, dude. That would be crazy. Maybe it's something based on Tyr. Yeah, maybe you'll play as Tyr. Did bro just describe God of War Ragnarok? This is why I can't be a. I could just imagine me working at Sony Santa Monica, where it's like we're in the meeting room and we have to pitch ideas for a DLC, and this is what I pitched, and they're like, bro, you just pitched God of War Ragnarok, the game we just released a year ago. It's like, oh, right. My bad. Atreus and the squirrel. Nas, you're saying, thanks for being part of my Sunday routine for the past few years, MBG. Hope you and your family are well. Oh, dude, no problem, man. I want to thank you and everybody here as well. I'm glad you enjoy the streams, man. I really, really am. It's always very humbling to know that there's so many people who look forward to these Sunday streams or, the weekly streams. And, me and the family, we're doing well, man. We're doing well. Trucking along. So appreciate the support, Nas. Really do. And Shadow Gamer 24, you're saying, I meant to say this in my earlier chat. I have a Horizon game key for you. How do I send it? Oh, okay. You'll have to get in contact with me on Twitter, man. If you can give me your Twitter handle, I can maybe you can DM it to me. I don't have my DMs on Twitter open just because it's overwhelming. But Shadow Gamer, I don't know if you, or Shadow Gamer, here's actually probably an easier way. Here's an easier way. You could just email me if you want. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think of that first. You can email me. My email is under the About section on my channel. Okay? What's a Twitter? I don't know what a Twitter is. So yeah, if you want to send it to me there, that's really nice of you, man. Maybe we could do like a little giveaway. That'd be pretty cool. Dragon says, after playing abandoned PS5 for 2 years now, 10 out of 10 masterpiece. Dude, I should tweet that out the day Starfield launches. I should X that out. I don't know. I should just be like, who needs Starfield when we have this banger? And it's just a fucking picture of abandoned. Thank you, Shadow Gamer. It's very nice of you, man. It's X now, MBG. Elon would be pissed. X, formerly called Twitter. I mean, like, of all the things you could name it, why just X? It just sounds like it's trying too hard to be cool, man. I don't like that. Like, Twitter wasn't the best name either, but X just sounds like it's trying too hard to be, like, edgy. Like, yeah, I was on X. Yeah, my favorite social media platform's X. Like, cool, man. Well, I guess it could have been worse. It could have been like Extreme or something. He could have named Twitter, renamed Twitter Extreme. That actually would have been pretty funny, because it would have been like, is it a joke or not? You'll never know. All right, let me see here. What the hell was I gonna do? Oh, okay. Let me see here. Give me 1 second, guys. I see Ragnarok is trending. Why is Ragnarok? Is it? Holy shit. I Dude, that is wild. What is going on with my brain today? I just went on Twitter and I'm like, why is Ragnarok trending? And the first thing that comes up when I click it is my tweet asking people which one is better, God of War 2018, God of War Ragnarok. And it's picking up a pretty decent amount of steam. Oh, I'm the reason why it's trending. Oops. I mean, I don't think I'm the sole reason, but damn, that was just kind of funny. Although I'm looking at some of the other tweets that are here, and it seems like, I don't know, stuff can stay trending for a little while, like stuff that's been tweeted like the past week. Posted, I mean. That's funny, dude. Why is Ragnarok trending? Let me go see here. All right, let me see something. Hold on, I'm looking at something right now. Give me 1 second. Ooh. Okay. So check this out. I don't know if you guys, so somebody in my chat said that Tidix tweeted something. Tidix, I think he's gotten some things correct about PlayStation in the past, but check this out. In January of 2022, so this was well over a year ago. I mean, we are closer to this being 2 years old. Well over a year and a half. He tweeted, an exclusive action stealth open world game is greenlit and in development at PlayStation Studios. Think Metal Gear Solid 5 meets Splinter Cell, and you can approach the mission however you want. Guns blazing or never seen. And then he put a quote tweet, a quote post out today where he quoted himself, and he said, steaming ahead, major milestone hit, and the game is coming along great. And he says he's not going to reveal who this is. He doesn't want to... Dude, this is Ben. He has to be talking about Ben's studio. He has to... Yeah, I think he's talking about Ben's game. Because, dude, there was another rumor a long time ago, maybe around the time he posted this, or not the exact time, but I remember there was another rumor about Ben's game that this is what they're working on. They're working on like a stealth action game that's heavily inspired by MGS5 and games like Hitman. And I'm like, dude, Bend has been I've everybody's been saying Days Gone 2, Days Gone 2, Days Gone 2. I'm like, listen, man, I want Days Gone 2, but if with their new IP, they're like, yo, we're going triple A action stealth back to our roots with Siphon Filter, but modern day, fuck yeah, dude. I will be stoked. Like Sony needs that shit. Sony needs that shit because they're gonna do great things. So I hope what he's saying here is true, man. What Tidix is saying. He's saying the game's coming along great. Fuck, I hope we get more detail on this because that's I'm telling you, man, like Ben's studio has the potential to fucking shock people, bro. They do. Exley says, I just thought about the best crossover. It turns out Abby from The Last of Us 2 is actually a giant in the new God of War and The Last of Us crossover. You play as Abby, cavorting. What did you try to say here? With Anger Boda going on misadventures. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past Sony, bro. That would be so funny. I mean, at that point, it's like, well, I guess PlayStation's over. Actually derailing our optimistic conversation here about Sony Bend. No, but really though, man, I'm telling you guys, if Sony Bend decided not to do a Days Gone 2, because they could have done Days Gone 2, and they decided they wanted to do something brand new, it's because they are inspired, man. They're going to do something big. And you know what? This game, I mean, when you do consider that there really isn't a major triple A action stealth game. I mean, there are, like, on rare occasion we get some, but Metal Gear is not what it used to be. You know, Splinter Cell is gone. Hitman is seemingly done as well. It's like, this is the perfect time for a studio like Bend to go back to their roots to make that kind of action stealth game. And they take all of the great things that you would expect to get in an action stealth game in 2023, 2024. This could be huge. This could be fucking huge, man. But I gotta take a step back. Gotta remember these are just rumors. Yeah, there's not enough stealth triple anus, bro. We need more. We need more of that stealth triple anus. I like that though. I like this idea that you can choose. You can go. I gotta be honest. Well, it's not that I'm not. Again, I don't know why I say phrases like that. It's not that I'm not honest. It's just thinking about it more is what I mean to say. When I think about it more, I think stealth is my favorite type of gameplay. Like, truth, because I have thought about the way I play games, and I've always noticed this thing, and I've noticed it more recently where even in games that don't necessarily encourage stealth, but you can use it to some degree. For example, I still play some Dead by Daylight, right? Like, I do some rounds at night with my wife and my friends a little bit. And in Dead by Daylight, stealth is not encouraged, like, not much. But you can kind of be stealthy. Now, when I say kind of be stealthy, I mean it's really like you can maybe hide behind a corner, but you know, you can try to like slowly walk around and try not to be seen. You can crouch. But I realize, like, I try to take it to the next level where I legit will go into certain matches and I will try to see, like, how stealthy can I be? Like, I mean, can I be like Solid Snake level stealthy where I am actually I'm not just like hiding behind a corner, but for example, like, there was this one time not that long ago where I was actually, ironically enough, in the Silent Hill map. You know, I was in the Silent Hill map and there was this kind of corner where it was really dark in this corner. And I was like, you know, my guy is wearing, like, the clothes he's wearing looks like it matches the color of this corner. So, you know, I hear the killers coming to me. So I'm like, I'm just going to go crouch in this corner. Now I'm completely exposed, mind you. Like there's nothing covering me. I'm just sitting there crouched in the corner. This dude walked by me like 5 times. I mean, literally walked by me. He actually, I think, bumped into me once or twice. And the level of satisfaction that I felt in that moment was greater than anything else I've done in that game, because I'm like, dude, I just solid snaked his ass. Like, in a game where you're not even meant to do that. I love it. BGUK saying, great stream, MBG, watching a little later in the evening. Then didn't get a chance to watch it live. Good job and keep up the great work. I appreciate it, dude. Thank you. Yeah, man, enjoy the stream at your leisure. I'm glad you enjoy it. But this is just funny to me because I'm like, I really do enjoy stealth in games. It's very satisfying being sneaky and kind of just sneaking up on shit or bypassing stuff, really, you know? I don't know why. I don't know. Maybe that says something about my personality, but I really do enjoy it. So it'll be cool, man. I'm really looking forward to whatever this game is. I hope it's real, because to me, this sounds like a game reveal that, like, if it's true that Sony is developing internally, they're developing a AAA, like, I mean, new IP action stealth game in the vein of like Metal Gear, Splinter Cell. I mean, this has the potential to be as big as something like Ghost of Tsushima, right? By the way, guys, please take a second out of your time. I want everybody here right now. I want everybody here, if you're enjoying the stream, take a second out of your time, hit that like button. Let's crush. I mean, what do people say? Like, smash that like button, crush that like button. I don't know, whatever you want to do, but just hit that like button for me. I really want to see if we can get to 325 likes. I think if everybody contributed, we could easily get to 350 likes, though. I'd really appreciate that, guys. It's a great way for you to just let me know you enjoy the streams, and it helps them out. Why so many dislikes? How many dislikes are there? I can't see the dislikes right now. Because I'm curious, man. Like, I'm trying to figure out how to stop that. 58 fucking dislikes. This is what I mean, dude. This is what I mean. Like, who are these people? Who are you people? Guys, everybody's got to contribute now, man. Everybody's got to hit that like button. There is no reason whatsoever we should have 58 dislikes on this stream. It is obvious. It is obvious that people, they just, you know, they're just coming here to troll and probably Xbox fans. Like, let's be real. Let's be real. Like, I'm pretty sure that's who yeah. They're Xbox fanboys, not Xbox fans. We have plenty of Xbox fans here that are just chatting away, but Xbox fanboys that are like, yeah. You're saying MBG, one of the smear channels, promote disliking of your content. Who is this? Who's doing this? Who's sending people here to dislike my content? Like, imagine that, dude. Imagine that. Go dislike this guy's stream. Like, how about go fuck yourself? Like, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people? But it's not surprising, truthfully. Like, it's just like, dude. I mean, look, man, I'll be real right now. I don't like getting dislikes. I don't. But it does help. It does help. You're saying MBG for Tonga opening did it in his streams. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, that sounds on brand for him. That guy, I mean, he clearly will stoop to any low. So, although, you know, I will say I did look into it a little bit further, because I was like, okay, look, every stream I do, I'm getting like, you know, I'm like, I guess I don't know. I must have people subscribed to my channel that are literally just here where it's like, MBG's live, I gotta go dislike his stream. I went to go look into it because I really wanted to know, like, look, is this actually going to hurt my channel or not? Because it's getting, you know, every stream is like, how am I getting more than 50 dislikes every stream? It's actually, you know what? I was looking into it. It just registers as engagement. It basically determines who it's going to end up being like distributed to algorithmically. There we go. So it is what it is, man. That fanboy Astro Cyborg better hit the like button for clipping MBG. Dude, I looked this guy up because I don't know if it was you or somebody else. They mentioned this Astro Cyborg guy. I'm like, holy shit, dude. Oh man. Like, by all means, take my content, do what you will with it. But I just cannot. How pathetic do you have to be? It's just sad. Like, make your own content, dude. Like, make your own, like, do something. Just do anything with an ounce of originality, an original thought of any kind. They can't, dude. They can't. This is all they have. This is literally all they have. So, hey, man, it's unfortunate that it's got to be a parasitic thing, but whatever, bring the engagement my way. I'm not going to say no, by all means. Do I think Sony's done revealing games for the year? No, I don't. I think that at the very least, they'll have at least one game reveal at the Game Awards. So for the year, no. I don't think we'll get a ton of reveals, though. But MBG's putting food on the bots' tables. Actually says, you complete him. You are the yin to his yang. Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it is what it is, man. Nothing new. Same day, different shit. All right, let me see here. Do we have any more super chats or are we good? All caught up. You're saying if those people just sat through 2 live streams, they would see you just are someone passionate about gaming? Well, no. I mean, you're giving them too much credit, dude. Capono. Like, you got to realize, like, these people don't give a fuck about what I have to say or, like, what I mean. I bet you some of these people do watch my entire streams. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, there are people where I notice, like, they're trying to find anything they can. Like, they have to create content, dude. And they just will sit there and, again, like, I could say I think Xbox is fucking great. And I love Xbox. I love what Microsoft is doing. I think Game Pass is a great deal, a great value. I could say all these things, but they'll find that, like, clip where, like, I don't know, I said something like, I don't understand why people are saying Starfield's going to shit on Spider-Man and be like, what a fucking fanboy. Of course he doesn't understand. I'm telling you, like, that's what they would do. Because they're fucking dumb. Like, and I hate to say it, but their followers are dumb. Like, I don't mean to be that mean, but it's like, dude, look at the content you're consuming. Like, from these people, like, you really, like, this is okay. Whatever, man. To each their own. Say it with your chest, MBG. Say it with your like. I don't want to say it like that because it's just like, dude, it's not worth it. Like, people are gonna do what they're gonna do. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I see it, and I'm like, well, okay. If that's what the people want, give the people what they want, man. You got to give the people what they want. That's the truth about YouTube. It's the truth about any social media platform. And it's just the reality. You gain an audience, you gain a following, you got to give the people what you want. What they want. Sorry. They can do that with AI. Yeah, that's where we're headed, apparently. The AI future. Does the AI future scare you guys? Part of me feels like it's not very scary, but another part is like, well, things could go horrifically wrong. Saying for some people, YouTube drama is like reality TV to them. Yeah, it's a good comparison. That's a good comparison. Yeah. Yeah, I never understood reality TV either. I never watched it. I mean, anytime I would see it, I guess it really is just like it's watching people. I feel like it's like the equivalent of watching like animals. Like if you're watching like National Geographic or whatever, you're like seeing like the nature of like animals battling and shit. I feel like it's like the human equivalent of that to a degree. I mean, back in the day, you know, there'd be like people would go to a coliseum to watch like gladiators and shit. I mean, actual like bloodshed. These days, you just go on the internet and you know, you go to some of these channels and you find the drama, and it's like, there you go. Most reality TV is scripted. Yeah, I always thought that was the weirdest part about it. Is like, I don't think some of it is, dude. Like, I think people are actually just this stupid to a degree. Like, they're just that dumb. And they have to, like, kind of cover it up. Be like, no, it's scripted. It's scripted. Some of it. Like, sure. Because a lot of shit that people do, I mean, the dumbest shit I see, like, the absolute dumbest of dumb, is, like, stuff that I see in random clips on the internet of just people doing stuff where it's like, that's not scripted. That is the opposite of scripted, and that is the dumbest thing I've ever seen. You can't underestimate people, man. Like Mike Tyson said, not enough people get punched in the face anymore. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's kind of true, you know? That is kind of true. Not that I'm encouraging people get punched in the face, but the you know, it is true that a lot of people will say things behind a screen and a keyboard that if they were ever in the physical presence of someone, like, you sure you would say that? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure you'd get uppercutted or something worse, you know? It's just, well, that's the power of the internet, man. You can say what you want to whoever you want, and you're protected. Saying a punch in the face will humble you. It definitely will. You get punched in the face hard enough, yeah, you will be humbled. No doubt about it. I mean, some of the craziest clips I see are people getting humbled that way, where, like I said, I just come across these random like fight clips, and you just see these people, they're just like, they start to pick a fight, man, and goddamn, if it's the last fight they ever pick, they get fucking dropped. I mean, just hammered, man. I gotta admit, sometimes it's satisfying to see, you know? You're saying it's like watching a comedian. You're just the target. Yeah, I guess that's true, Swizz. I guess that's true. That's the name of the game, you know? MBG promoting this is dangerous if they go after a person with mental illness. It can lead to a very bad outcome. Yeah, no, I don't condone that shit, truthfully, you know? Like, I mean, I think it's, if you're gonna go on the internet, and this is why, like, again, I see it all the time. Like, I'm not gonna tell people, like, stop clipping me, stop saying things about me. Like, no, dude, I am choosing to be on the internet. I'm choosing to have these conversations. I'm choosing to say what I say. I think people are sometimes go a little bit out of their way where it's like, you're really trying here, man. Like, is it that important? Like, you can't find anybody else. Like, you really gotta use that clip of me where it's like totally out of context. But it's just like, look, man, people choose to be here, and they choose to, you know, anybody who chooses to say something on the internet publicly, you can't be shocked or surprised if the other people out there decide like they want to react to it or comment on it or say something. I will say though, some of these guys that I see, they truly are pieces of shit though. Like, some of these people I see, like, they really are like scumbags, as in, like, you can tell, like, in person, probably. I don't know, maybe it's a persona. It's a pretty convincing one though. You could tell in their real life, like they're just fucking pieces of shit. And they would not say half the things that they say to somebody's face. Or if they did, they'd probably, I don't know, somebody would fucking, like you said, humble them. And I just never understood the mentality of like targeting people, only because it's like, I don't know. I mean, I guess it may be for you're gaining something, right? Like you're in it for yourself, and you're gonna move forward at somebody else's expense. I guess I kind of get that aspect of it, but I don't know. There's no dignity in it. There's no morality in it. It's just a free for all. It's just a free for all for people to, I don't know, be that way in a safe place, I guess. So that's just the way it works, man. That's the nature of the internet. It'll be there no matter where, no matter what you're talking about. There's all different groups of people. Like, there's always going to be these types of people, these groups of people where it's just like, they're just looking to be shitty. They like it. And there's people who like watching it. So it's the nature of the beast, man. Saying for one, it's video games. Is it really all that important? Well, I mean, it depends on the context, Like, there are people who make their living making video games, or being part of the video game industry. I don't know though. Like it's just one of these things where it's like at the end of the day, probably not. Like at the end of the day, like how important is any of this shit? I mean, like really, like how important is it in your overall life experience? Like for me, look, for me, and this may sound a bit cheesy, but it's true. Like one of the things that I think about is I'm going to look back one day and I'm going to realize, man, I spent so much time on the internet, right? Like so much time on the internet. I spent so much time in this chair, in front of a screen. But one thing I will feel pretty good about is knowing that, for the overwhelming majority of the time that I've spent doing this, it was with a pretty awesome group of people, pretty awesome group of people that not always like-minded, but in many cases like-minded, and talk about stuff, talk about our love of games, talk about the different things that are going on, a little bit of drama every now and again. And that's pretty cool to me, because I think about all the different ways, I think about like all the different ways I could choose to interact with you guys or the internet in general. And I realized that, at this point, it's just like, well, I just hope that looking back, it's like, it doesn't, it, you want it to feel pretty good. You want to look back, you want to feel, well, that was pretty fun. That was a pretty good time. It feels like family. Yeah. I mean, in a way, that's kind of what it is. Right? Like when MBG tried to predict Sony. Yeah, dude. Tries. Yeah, I still try and I fail. Can't get it quite right. Don't know that I ever will. I do my best. I do my best. But yeah, it's fun, man. I have learned truthfully in all this, like you can't take anything to heart. It's there's all this shit flowing around. When I say shit, I mean there's all this energy flowing around you. Like you got good energy, positive energy, you got negative energy, you got nasty people, you have like, dude, listen, there are some nasty fucks on the internet. I mean some gross ass people. Like people who are just like, they want to fucking bully people, they want to make fun of people, they want to shove people into the fucking dirt. And these people are fucking scumbags. These are the biggest douchebags on the planet that, like, without going too far, I'll just say, like, you just hope one day they get what fucking they deserve, right? In the words of the Joker, like, you get what you fucking deserve. But I also realize that for as shitty as that is, like, there are some fucking awesome people. on the internet. Like, there's a lot of awesome people on the internet. Like, some of the nicest things that people have ever said to me are on YouTube. You know, some of the nicest things that people have said and done, and it's like that counts too. And I think some people, and I'm guilty of this, as well, but I think it's easy to like get wrapped up in like that shitty thing that person said or did, or the way that person acted or whatever. It's like, or the thing that person did. It's like, yeah, but what about all the other stuff that people are doing? Like, does that not count for anything? Like, no, it definitely does. So, that's just that's something that I've learned to kind of focus on and pay attention to, because there are so many different outlets on the internet. Like, there's so, like, honestly, and I'll end it. I'll end what I'm saying here because this is going on too long. But it really is cool to think that there are more people on the internet than ever before. There are more people trying to get attention than ever before on the internet. And I really, truly am like humbled and thankful that, we have an audience here. We have a community here that's willing to get together as consistently as we do, even at times when there's not a whole lot going on. And we talk, we hang out. So yeah, it's just, you got to keep things in perspective. And that is, I guess, what I'm trying to say. So I should thank you guys for that. It means a lot. All the support you guys show, couldn't be here doing this if it wasn't for you. So thank you guys. Whew. Although, with that being said, I am feeling, man, I'm feeling spent. I don't know why am I so, I feel like I got pretty good sleep last night. I don't know why I'm feeling so tired. I feel like my coffee, I think this is like one of those days the coffee had the opposite effect, dude. You guys ever have that happen? You drink a cup of coffee and it's like, yeah, this is going to pick me up. And it's like, actually, no, it feels like it made me even more tired and lethargic. Too much VR? Yeah, it could be too much VR. Damn. I don't think so. I didn't play that much. I didn't play that. Maybe like 30 minutes, 40 minutes. Not too bad. Not enough VR. Yeah. Not enough VR. Titus Crow, you're saying, I think it was a good stream, reasonably low key and considered. I like that. I'm glad you enjoyed it, man. Thank you. We need another deep talk stream. Yeah. That'd be fun. Shems showing up here at the end, dropping another membership gift. Bring us to 81 member gifts on the day. Insane, dude. Again, thank you, Shems.
Thank you.
Shout out to you. Shout out to this community. Shout out to all of you guys. I mean, that's a huge number. 81 gifts. Really appreciate that, man. Crushed our goal today. Goal was already a high number. The goal was too high at 50. You guys just stomp it. So appreciate that support, man. But you're saying you don't really sleep, coffee, Monster Energy, and smokes? Damn. That sounds brutal, man. That sounds brutal. With that being said, though, guys, I think this is going to do it for this stream today. I do want to apologize for the lack of focus on this stream. I don't know. Again, I bring these topics out and they are relevant topics, but sometimes I think I don't realize that there are other things we're going to end up talking about much more in depth. So, all right, I'm going to do my outro now. And as always, I want to just extend a massive thank you to all of you guys. I don't know if everybody's still here who was here the entire stream, but yeah, we're ending the day with 81 members, which is colossal. The support that you guys show continually, thank you. I'm not going to go on about it. Already said it enough today. To everybody who donated a super chat, I also want to thank you guys, keeping the conversation very, very interesting in the chat as well. The super chats and the regular chats, keeping things very interesting, flowing in many different directions. I think we had some good conversations today. I enjoyed it. And I also want to just extend a thank you to everybody who hit that like button and to everybody who just shows up and supports what I do here. Really do appreciate it, guys. And so, last but not least, want to extend a thank you to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter continues to do the timestamps for the streams. By the way, Devil Shooter, I did send you an email. I don't know if you got it. I haven't gotten a reply from you, so go check that out if you haven't. I don't even know if you're here right now, but yeah, if you see him in the comment section doing the timestamps, give him a big thank you. He does great work for the community. So thank you for always doing that for the streams, man. It does mean a lot. So, all right, guys, that is going to do it for this Sunday stream. Unsure if I'm going to have a video out tomorrow. My hope is I will. But if not, we will have another stream coming up on Tuesday. So I hope to see you guys there. And yeah, that does it. Just one last time, hit that like button on your way out, and I will catch you all in the next one. So till then, guys, take care.